Bitcoin, heavy volatility up and down here, back and forth. Data came in kind of flat, nothing too crazy, but it's acting insane here on the 1 minute time frame. Hanging on to a log, we're going to see what happens. I'll show you as we get into this live stream, baby. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. 80,000 for Bitcoin, getting a crazy pump as we speak. This is nuts. Let me show you. You got to be Houdini to make money in this market. Like, oh my gosh. So look, I got into a long last night on the 1 hour time frame. They dipped it, but did not take me out. As you can see, my stop loss is down here at about 78,005. They pumped it, they dumped it, they pumped it, they dumped it, they pumped it back again. I'm back up 200 bucks. I'm still in the same trade. It's been crazy. Now they're going to do, what's going to happen here. We're going to break it down for you, but I'm holding on by a thread here. This is insane. Watching the price action go up and down the way it has. This has been nuts. Shout out to all the beautiful people here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here, sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time. Welcome to the Crypto Lifer Show, baby. The greatest show on earth, baby. Let's go. Shout out to everybody here, and I'm going to teach you how to become successful in any way. Doesn't matter what you're doing, any industry. Just keep pushing, keep believing in yourself, never stop. You can, you will, you are the best. You've got this. Don't let any negativity in your life. Only believe that positive things are coming, and they will. Somehow, some way, you will call abundance into your life, and you will live abundantly. I can't tell you the craziness I've been through in the last 2 weeks. It's been a movie. My old life, if I told you my old life and compared it to this life, I'd be like, made $4 grand in one hand of blackjack, spent it all on a bunch of people on a $5,600 dinner. It's just crazy, man. And that's just like one of the many stories that we've had in the last few weeks. It just gets to the point where you're just like, whatevs, right? Just bring it on, man. It's just going to be a crazy life. So shout out to everyone that was with me in Miami, everyone that I met at the Lifer meetup. It was really, really nice at the National Hotel. It was really beautiful, actually. Really nice setup with the backyard pool and everything. It was a gorgeous time there in Miami. So we're looking for this to shoulder, head, possible right shoulder. It continued to the upside to 80,946. Let's look at the bigger picture for Bitcoin. But despite the volatility and the news, and we got some data came in today. We had core retail sales month over month the same as forecast. We had retail sales the same, and unemployment was slightly above forecast, and higher, about 5% higher, 10% higher than previous. So, not the best at unemployment, but not the worst. Import prices a little higher than normal too, as well. All right. So for the most part, somewhat of a nothing burger. The S&P did not care. It looks like it's going to continue to the upside. My target is 77.16, hitting the 21 above the 200, getting tight, breaking out, making another flag. You got to look at this flag could pump to the upside, and there's just no stopping buying these tech stocks and these AI. It's just going to continue. I don't see an end here. Same thing with the NASDAQ. NASDAQ continuing to rip to the upside, doing Damas cheese here. And again, it's the same thing. I've been calling this move. I was bullish here when everyone was bearish. I said, look for the reversal. And then you can see right now the NASDAQ's actually in a bull flag, breaking out with a bullish retest to the upside. Almost a very simple trade. Buy right here and let this thing pump. Stop loss below the previous resistance there at about 29,440. I see the NASDAQ headed up to 30,559, about to hit an all-time high yet again for the nasty Nas. And look at the daily. I talked about how the daily looked like it was going to break back to the upside here today. So far, so good for Bitcoin. We're trading live on weeks. We just got the pump to the upside for Bitcoin. And again, it's that 21 above the 200. It's the 200 bounce right there. That's why I use the 200 moving average. No matter how volatile and crazy it is, you use that 200 to get in. You'd be surprised how fast you could make some money here. And we just went up about $100 in seconds as this thing started to fly. Now what I want to see is this make another flag. And I'm just going to keep juicing this 1 minute till it gives me the juice, baby. You keep finding out where you're going. The 1 minute can show you the sauce if you know how to use it. 1 minute, can be a game changer. It can hurt a lot of people. They don't know how to use it. They can get bagged. You know how to use the 1 minute. It can become your best friend. It can teach you so much about the different trading styles and, how to basically get in there, get out, what's happening on intraday. 1 minute is amazing. Look, we got above the 200. That started this pump. We retested it, gave us another pump. I'm telling you right now, and I'm long for Bitcoin. I bet a lot of people got wrecked this morning I just stayed in the trade quietly and calmly, knowing that things would go my way. Thank you so much, my beautiful, beautiful lover of life, BB Price. BB Butters. That doesn't sound right, BD, but it just... Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in, and we're going to get that ginger shot in. You know, I've been doing these ginger shots every day now. A lot of ginger. Ginger at night, ginger in the morning. I'll be honest, I've never felt so good. And not even a cold coming in. I want to knock on wood, and I've been flying, going places. Usually you get that, like, after-flight little something. No. I've been fine. I've been fine. I've been more than fine. I've been great. Only thing is I haven't been able to do my usual workout routine that I'm used to. That really gets me going and gets me, you know, I've been doing it for years and years on end, and that's thrown me off a little bit, but we're going to make it through. Right now, we're watching the 1 minute time frame, seeing how the 21 can come up into price. Resistance. They got a double top there. They dumped it. They got everyone to short that. Then they went and fleeced the shorts that, you know, basically thought they got the short there on the top of the double top. You got to use the moving averages. I use the moving averages. There was some bull div there too as that swung down, and that didn't swing down as hard. It actually swung up on the stochastics RSI. If I can catch my breath, speaking at the speed of light here, the show that fills you with so much information, you can't even believe it. You're like, wow, they really fill us. Filling, it doesn't. Anyway, let's take a shot here of the ginger. It's going to take a moment. I won't be able to talk for a second. Then the turmeric. Those two things, man, I'm telling you. Just keep pounding that zinc and that turmeric. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a guy that, I mean, has been healthy for 5 years straight. You've watched me live stream for 5 years without a day off. One of the healthiest people in the world, really, if you think about it. If you look at the results, you know, who knows what's going on the inside, but the results look great. So, yeah, this looks good. I like this consolidation. I actually think it might take a little shorter time here. It might be 10 or 20 minutes. How do I know that? Hit shift goes sideways. And about 23 minutes of bar action. And I wouldn't be surprised if I make about $500 to $1,000 on this pump to the upside. What is the trade? It's $1,000 in a 33x leverage, $35,000 trade with that extra $58. And we're up 27%. Imagine making $300 off a $1,000 account. I'm telling you right now, I got you, baby. This is live on Weeks. All right. And we don't just trade on Weeks. We can trade live here also on BTCC. We have access to Tech 100, which is the NASDAQ, the S&P, Apple, Tesla, all sorts of cool stocks. Jump on it today. All you have to do is trade, sign up a deposit, trade, and win. 3 random traders will be announced on June 7th. 3 beautiful Rolexes. Jump on it today at BTCC. NASDAQ getting that pump we talked about. First a fake out, then another come up to the upside here. Bitcoin getting the rippage to the upside. The daily candle looking big. I like what we're seeing. Let's do our top-down analysis for BTC. Look at that volatility, though. Your 100x leverage getting pounded. You know, they're going after the longs. They're going after the shorts. If you don't know how to stay calm, cool, and collected and stay disciplined, you're getting rocked in this market. It's just clear. You can see the volatility is the people getting is the mess. It's like they have to bring a mop out. Why? Because things got destroyed. You don't got to clean up unless things get messy. And people just got completely rocked, man. I'm telling you right now. If you made $400 today, $300, heck, $200 today, if you're up like me right now, you're doing better than 99% of people. Remember, 99% of retail got wrecked today. They chased, they went up and down, they got emotional. They didn't have a strategy, right? And again, we might just go, you know, this might just hit break even and we may make no money. I can put my stop right there now. I can barely lose anything. And let's see where this goes. That's what I like about being in the trade long term. When you get into a trade at night and then you're usually still in it the next morning, there's a good chance that you found the bottom and you can ride that puppy further to the upside. No guarantees, but the odds are pretty high. So look, now we're starting to see if we can make a move here. And I'm going to open up my BitTinex account. And I would look for, let's look at the 3 minute. What's the 3 doing? Let's look at the 5. Wow, they all looked similar. They're all above their 200s, forming a flag with the 21 kind of coming into play. That's a bullish sign for me. We could get a move to the upside, right? I like what we're seeing here for BTC. Shout out to everyone here. Let's get the likes up to the watchers. I would greatly appreciate it. My name's Sam Price, the Crypto Lifer. I've been live trading on this stream for a long time. We didn't always live trade. I wasn't a leverage trader. I was actually anti-leverage for a long time. I was only a spot DCA guy and a swing trader. I slowly got into leverage trading the last 3.5, 4 years. I still consider myself a beginner, and it's just another stream of income that I use. I said, so good on spot. I would see all these moves. I would call it. I'd say, hey, Bitcoin's likely going to make a move. I would call it really well on the channel, and then I'd see it and make no money. I'd be like, man, with just 2x leverage, I would have made a little bit. That's what I kept saying to myself. I said, damn, I must have called it 400 times and never made a dime off the call. I made money on spot. Maybe I traded altcoins for that move, but I was like, man, I know Bitcoin well. I know where it's going, and I don't trade it. And I said, why don't I take advantage? And it's because I was living in fear. I was afraid of leverage trading. I was afraid I couldn't handle it. But what I did is I said, let me go live in front of everyone and be forced to perform. If you go live, you're going to have to do good or pack it up, right? So I chose to live stream in front of the world, and that really changed my life. I had to pony up. I had to make it right. I had to become a winner, folks. I had to go all the way, So shout out to everyone that helped me and showed up on the channel, because with your guys' support and love, I was able to make something amazing happen here, and find a trading style that really made me feel at home and that helped me win more than I lost, right? I'm just seeing if there's an edge here on the 1 minute time frame. Looking for a possible scalpelino. I set my trades up before I, even get into them, just like you look at a property before you buy it. 100%, right? Stop loss at 79792. I mean, buying that low right there would be so epic. Small account, not much to play with there. Isolated at 18x. And I wouldn't buy that. I would wait for the bounce, but this is kind of what I look for here. The bounce off the 21 would be basically the best place to buy right now. So what I do is I wait for this. I want to see confirmation. And this is live. I'm on BitTinex right now just to show you. You could trade BitTinex. I like the liquidity here as well. I just already got a trade open on weeks. You can combine them both, but I like, because this isn't so tight and very similar, I'm just letting it sit. We want this bounce off the 21 here above the 200. We want to see this turn into some type of inverted head and shoulder, some type of flag. If it comes down harsh and then makes another right shoulder, that's not going to be what we're looking for, right? I like the bounce there. I'll take the trade on BitTinex. Remember, it's like 80 bucks for 260. It's a smaller trade. Just to kind of show you how to move a smaller account if possible. So far, we got the bounce, both liquidity zones looking good. All right, now we can get to the top-down analysis. So remember, the top-down, what is a top-down analysis? It's when you use a bigger time frame and, kind of keep going until you get down to a smaller time frame. And you look at all the time frames together, you combine that knowledge into one big glob. And you can kind of see all the different ideas in one, right? It helps you kind of see things in a different way. Shout out to all the beautiful lifers out here on the stream. Appreciate you guys, and we love you. Let's get a poll going. Bitcoin will hit what price first? 104,000 or 54,000? Which one? Bitcoin will hit what price first? 104K or 54K? Let me know in the chat. We got a poll running. I just want to see what you guys have to say. What could be happening there? All right. Oversold on the monthly. Every single time the monthly has broken above a previous trend line, we've had a massive move. Every single time. It's never been a fake out. Look at this. Every time we've closed the candle above the trend, we've gotten a massive move to the upside. The only time really was this one. We still got kind of two candles and we right shouldered. This could be that same idea there where we just get a lackluster move. I'm open-minded to that. All right. But majority of the time, this is a big breakout. So I believe I should listen to it. If I miss out on it, I'll be kicking myself because it told me, right, what was going to happen. Also, the monthly previous resistance is support. As long as the monthly stays above 70,000, which 70, the candle close there was the high, 73,770. No, the candle close. Yeah, the close. 71,260. As long as we stay above 71,260, I remain bullish. The monthly will have to close below this resistance for me to flip bearish. You know, the bulls are going to have to show me something. I mean, the bears are going to have to be able to put in the work. If the bears can put in the work and break below this resistance, then fine. You got to concede that our next level is 61,000 or 67K here, and we'll start to go. But right now, to me, because you broke above this, you closed a candle above it, 2 candles now. I just feel like, and we hit resistance, the next move is to close a candle above that $82,000 level where this candle opened at 82.5, right? So to me, that's a bullish sign on the monthly, specifically that we hit a Fibonacci retracement off of the 786, all is well. So I like what we're seeing here for Bitcoin. We take a look at the 2-week chart. The 2-week chart has a bounce with resistance here. Looks very interesting. And then we got ourselves a bit of a flag, right? I mean, the bears are saying bear flag. That's going to dump. This is a bear market rally. Get ready for dumpage. I just be a little careful about that. Like I'm showing you support and resistance on the bigger time frames. I think you really want to pay attention to the support and resistance. As long as Taiwan stays safe, Bitcoin will continue to grow. You're funny, man. Do you have any news about the Clarity Act? Not much just yet. We want to see as much. I will ask the agents. And we will see what they're going to tell us here. Shout out to all the lifers out on the live stream. Thank you for being here. Appreciate each and every one of you. God has protected the stream and kept it going, man. Thank you for everything, dear Lord. Thank you for everything, God. You've been able to provide such a beautiful life by just following my dreams. I still can't believe where I ended up and where I am today. I'm fascinated by it all. It doesn't make any sense, but it does in a way. If you go after your dreams, you could do something you never thought possible. So look, I mean, the weekly's in a rising wedge, right? You got to say that, you know, that's just, you know, on par here. But we are above the weekly 221 week. Whenever we've gotten above the weekly 21, there's been a pretty big pump. Pretty big pump. Pretty big pump. Pretty big pump. This one was a little fake out, but then eventually we got a pretty big pump. Could this be that fake out? We dip a little bit. Even if it is the fake out, it says we make a higher low. If we dip below it. Been here since day one, man. My man. Shout out to Milligan's Travels. Shout out to Crazy Frenchman. Reliable J in the house. Shout out to all my beautiful people here, man. Thank you. Servando Estrada. TP1 Don. So many awesome people. The Coachy Coker in the house. The Clarity Act session has just begun. All right. And we'll give you the news right here on that Clarity Act. The full name, the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025. Is a major U.S. cryptocurrency market structure bill that aims to bring long-sought regulated clarity to digital assets. It passed the House in 2025 with bipartisan support and now advancing into the Senate. It would clearly split jurisdictions. The SEC would regulate digital assets that are securities, while the CFTC would oversee digital commodities, e.g. Bitcoin and many tokens on mature decentralized blockchains like Ethereum or XRP Ledger using a mature blockchain test. Provide investor protections, disclosure, anti-money laundering rules, and safe harbors for DeFi developers in non-custodial protocols, and include rules on stable coins, limits on passive yields / rewards in some contexts while allowing activity-based rewards, tokenize assets, and anti-CBDC measures, create framework for exchange brokers, custody, and capital formation while cracking down on fraud. They're holding its long-awaited markup debate right now, starting at 10:30. A 309-page updated bill text was released earlier this week, and over 100 amendments have been filed, including dozens from Senator Warren and Democrats. There is a live stream. Loomis is championing it, right? Coinbase and Circle and figures like have hailed it as a potentially transformative for innovation and U.S. competitiveness. And here we go, man. Maybe we can get it pushed through sooner than later. Before the end of the summer here, we can get this done. Shout out to everyone that follows me at CryptoLifer33 on X. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. All right, back into brass tacks here for Bitcoin. So the weekly. This is what a lot of people are thinking that's going to go down. They're opening up shorts right now, creating a lot of liquidity above us. I'm showing you that if we're above, weekly support or resistance, I see no reason to be short. Like right here, like you're above, that's resistance. You broke above it. To me, I wouldn't open up a massive short unless we close below 78,005. That would tell me that we now have a bigger move to the downside. So I'm on support or resistance on the bigger time frames while everyone else is kind of freaking out and reading narratives and fake market rallies. And I don't know. And I could be wrong. I'm just going over what I see. Also, I'm one of the only guys online that showed you that when we crossed the 5-day 200 moving average, it was one of the biggest moves for Bitcoin in history. Last time we did it, it was a massive pump for Bitcoin. One of the biggest rallies in the history of its life. Second time, it was the first biggest rally in the history of its life. So every time Bitcoin's gone on a major tear, it's crossed above the 200 moving average on the 5-day chart. It's another big deal right there. As long as you can look in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now. When this candle closes, 6 candles above the 5-day 200. That's a big deal. And to me, I almost feel like this was the rising wedge. It broke out. Right? It broke out, and now you're inside a new universe. A new set of grace, a new area here where Bitcoin could create a nice flag and break further to the upside. So this is kind of what I'm starting to see for BTC. 3-day chart too, the same idea here as it hovers above the 50, and how the 21 is coming for the 50, which tells me they're eventually going to get across. Like this 21 is going to come, the 50, they'll cross somewhere here. And it tells me that eventually you get a golden cross here, and it means you're going to be somewhere up in 108,000, 105, somewhere by September. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful summer, folks. Sell in May may not be the case, and I made a video about why selling in May may be the worst thing ever, man. And once that Clarity Act comes through, I mean, a lot of money is going to flow into Bitcoin. They're just waiting on clarity. Now everyone thinks it's going to be the major pump immediately. I think it'll start a catalyst that'll push us through into the fall as you get a lot of more people getting their capital prepared for a bigger move for Bitcoin. So look, I like this idea here. Previous resistance is support. It's why I stay long on BTC here. And look at this. I mean, this is starting to look really nice on the 1-minute time frame. If anything, I feel like this was the flag that just broke out. Right there. There it is. And there's the 21 above the 200. That's your entry right there when the 21 touches. If you missed it, that's okay. If you're just watching me today, you're like, hey, you didn't give me the update. Just keep watching. If you're here every day, over the course of 30 to 50 days, you're eventually going to see my system, understand it. But what I do is I wait for price action to consolidate above the 200 with the 21 touching. When the 21 touches, I enter price. I do it all the time. You see green constantly almost on this channel. You're like, how is this guy constantly making green? He hits green. I make $5,000 in my sleep. While I was in Miami, I made $5,000. I made thousands of dollars in Vegas, and and money while I was sitting there in Miami. During my, it's funny. You open up the trade at night and you go to bed, and then you wake up and you close the trade. I mean, it's pretty awesome. Throw a steak dinner in there, and you just made more money than the steak dinner. I made $5,000. I woke up to $5,000. So many times in my life from what I do as a trader. Imagine waking up to $5,000. I've done it so much, it doesn't even, it doesn't even get me, it doesn't do much for me anymore. I get excited. I'm happy. I'm more happy that the trade was properly executed than the amount of money that I made. I'm not trying to brag, but once you've made a lot of money in overnight, it starts to, let's go, baby, let's go. And I'm going to take my shot of turmeric, which is way easier than the ginger. And these are in glass, no plastic. And so that's what's supposed to happen here. You're supposed to bounce off the 200. You're supposed to rip away from the 21. Then you're supposed to come back to the 21. Then when you hit the 21, you're supposed to pump. This is what we're looking for. This is what I do. And then we're going for that target up there. At this point, I could probably, move the stop loss to break even. I can't lose money on the trade now. And I put my stop loss to break even as much as I can because I actually use a stop loss. Most people don't use a stop loss. They can't even put their stop loss to break even. They have to sit inside the trade and not know whether they're going to win or not. I guarantee the fact that I'm not going to lose. Number one rule in trading is do not lose money. Second rule is rule number one. And as funny as that is, that's the fact. So right now, I'm taking that first rule and that second rule very seriously. Moving my stop loss to a place where only slight fees can hurt me. Nothing crazy, right? A $20 fee. Look at that. Nothing. Let's get back into the bigger time frame. So I like this. This is what I'm seeing on the daily. And I've been saying this now for a couple days. I've been looking for this crazy move here. Now, it could make a shoulder ahead, and maybe it makes a right shoulder, and it dumps on us. Okay, I'll be open-minded to that. But so far, support and resistance has been holding very nicely on the daily. And I have to assume that it's going to continue. And we're going to head back to the top of the channel here for Bitcoin. You can also see a golden cross coming on the daily. It looks like it's going to happen somewhere around here, right? And the golden cross is sometimes, we'll be here. We might have a dip at the golden cross. But what it means is 2 weeks prior from the golden cross, Bitcoin's higher than it is then. So if we're here, we should be, it's telling me we're going to be somewhere in the 90s, somewhere by the end of June. And I could be wrong, but that's what the moving averages, they're starting to tell me a story. And I can pick up on them before because I've used them for so long. And you'll get good at it too. You'll get good at basically being able to see the future with the moving averages. And a lot of people don't realize how important these. So this looks like it's going to come up. Looks like we're going to have a nice pump today for Bitcoin. I see it headed further, further up to about 88, 81,000 before, we have to resettle. I do see it just coming up, and then at 82.4 we come back down to 79. I just want to see consolidation, and then right now would be a good place to begin it long, because if you believe we're going to consolidate, price won't go much lower than this, and so stop losses here could be safe. What comes up, when we add to the trade here with stops below here, and we go for the big move. When the 21 is in price, that's going to be just like what happened on the 1 minute time frame there. Same story. Yeah, Vonal and finalizing the wording, not passing or failing the actual bill. Yes, exactly. That's why I said not until later on in the next few months. Today's not that day. It's just it's just the beginnings, but it is how it starts, right? So there we have. So, I'm bullish on Bitcoin here on this day. And again, could it turn bearish and just dip on us? Yes, but it's unlikely that it would actually flip another red candle and then make a right shoulder or something. So yeah, I'm still in Bitcoin. I'm still long. I see us pushing further to the upside based off just structure. I don't really care about the Clarity Act and all that stuff. I mean, I know it matters, but I don't get into that stuff. I just trade what I see on the screen. Too many people get into all the semantics of the ups and downs of politics and who said he said. And honestly, what happens is they lose sight of the chart. Like, they'll see a perfectly good falling wedge and not trade it, even though it has a 68% chance of a break to the upside. You know what I mean? Like, too many people have their head somewhere where it shouldn't be, and they can't see what the price is doing immediately in front of them, right? I see this continuing. This looks great. 8 hour, 4 hour, that's a bullish engulfing on the 4 hour time frame. Suggests that you will continue to break to the upside back to the top of the range. We even called it right around here yesterday. If you got into that trade, you'd still be in the money right now. Right? Rising wedge broken on the 12 hour and 1 day, maybe further dumps coming. I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're mistaken. Yeah. But I could be wrong. Look at this beautiful pump for Bitcoin. It's getting a nice pump. I mean, again, that's the signal that I give this stuff every day. For thousands of days, I've given the same signal that's played out in front of you guys like 70% of the time. If I have a hater, it's just because they don't know how to do math at this point. Because anyone that's watched me can say, hey, man, this guy's been more consistent. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Liver, can I please get a prayer for my uncle who passed away last night? Moment of silence for your uncle, man. May he have a wonderful journey to God, and may everything be okay, and may he look down upon you in heaven. And, hope you had a wonderful life, and hope you didn't die in too much pain, man. God bless you, bro. Shout out to your uncle, man. Kite reset and still pumping. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of it. Well, the thing is, people are just really, really stuck and bearish. And here we go with another pump to the upside here for Bitcoin. Exactly. Still in the trade. Everyone asks for Doge, and they'll see what I'm saying on the Doge dominance chart. Sammy did it again. I took that long, Sammy. Amen. I mean, why not? I show up every day and show you guys how it plays out. So, and shout out to my mom and dad, man. God bless my mom, Ari, my dad, Jimmy, Daisy, and Finn. Two amazing people that, taught me the ways of life, and now I'm there for my kids in ways that I could never be, without them. So God bless my mom and dad. God bless my wife's father, too. He was a wonderful man. God bless her grandma who helped her and raised her so much. And yeah, me and my wife are on our own, man. She got one mom in a different country, but that's about it. Beautiful move to the upside here for Bitcoin. You can see it's just been pushing up ever since the bounce at 79.5. But a nice $1,000 pump for BTC. And the volatility is great, man. That's why I trade Bitcoin and nothing else, man, because all you need is a $1,000 move. I can make about, usually I make $1,000, but when I was in here, I was in at, so I made this a very low trade. Usually I'm in for 100 grand. I'm in for 30 there. He said, your long call just made me back all my losses I took this morning on my prop account. Hey, there you go, man. I'll put you back into perspective there. I got great ways to, my entries are just so spot on, man. It sounds like I am talking ish. I am running my mouth, but my entries are spot on, man. I gotta be honest. Like when I enter a trade, the odds of it not getting any drawdown are very high. The odds of it continuing to pump right from that moment are very high. Like I just have this way. I've been studying the charts for too long. I have taken no days off. We're headed to the show number 2000. Are you kidding me? I think show number 2000 is tomorrow. Today we're going to party like it's 1999, right? So today is show number 1999, man. We should get Prince out here. Wow, what a pump to the upside for Bitcoin. Massive candle the second I looked away. That is what we're talking about there with a beautiful pump to the upside, and I could see the daily moving, right? He says, you earn the right to talk ish. I mean, what a beautiful pump there. And we're teaching so many people how to trade every single day here by not being afraid. If I was afraid of what people thought of me, if I was worried about how I could make gain, you know what I mean? I'd be so, look at that, right to the 200 moving average. I mean, that's a profit-taking area there. Wow, what a pump. I mean, that's a massive short squeeze. And BookMap says it wants 81,500 with big liquidity up there. That's one of the biggest green candles I've seen on the 1 hour in a long time. Shout out to anyone that took the long with the lifer, man. And we gave you the exact entry right before it happened. So crazy. I believe I got to take that up $500 now on the trade. I mean, that just looks like it's going to rip. And then I can still get in that daily. Wow, look at the rippage there. And now you got to think of paying the trader, man. This is a massive pump. We're right at the 200. I just feel like this is a good place to take some profit. Wow. Wow, now it's plowing above the 200 moving average. I move my stop loss into position. Who's making money with the lifer? Put a 333 if you're making gains with the lifer. Let's go. I don't know why we don't have 1,000 likes. I give away a free strategy of how to make money almost every single day here on this channel. I show and prove how my strategies play out constantly. Look at the size of this green candle, man. And I was in this thing right off the bat. I mean, this thing looks like it's not going to stop. We got the smaller, the bigger time frames. This thing is gone. About to hit my target now. It's about to hit the target, folks. And then that was the measured move. That's where you're supposed to go. It's so crazy, right? Hit that measured move, baby. Doesn't matter. I'm going to take profits no matter what, whether it hits the measured move or not. I'm in there for a nice $500. And I made $500 off $1,000. That's a 51% gain. It's not like you have to have tons of... Everyone's like, oh, you have so much more money than me. To make $500 to $1,000 a day, you don't have to have tons of money. You just have to have conviction and belief in a system that works, folks. To me, that's it. I'm taking my money there. I think that's going to be the end of the run there. And I got stopped out right there at that topping part. It is above the 200 moving average there. And I'm still on the monthly trade. Right? Who just made gains with the crypto lifer, man? 21 above the 200 in the consolidation. And just doing the same thing every single day without fail. I'm just, you know what I mean? It is what it is, folks. It's consistency and discipline. There's really no other answer for this behavior. Consistency and discipline, consistency and discipline, consistency and discipline. When you're really far away from the 21 on the 1 hour, you got to start thinking of taking some profits. I mean, that's a big gap. Now, maybe we pull it up and everything goes our way, but for me, that's probably going to be most of the move on the day. $3,333. Shout out to everybody here with the 333s. Gainitis this morning. Honestly, it doesn't matter if that act passes or not. Honestly, if the act doesn't pass, it means government is confused and can't get their ish together. Bullish for Bitcoin. If the act does pass, it means they're ready to rock and it's going to help more liquidity. Bullish for Bitcoin. I find it bullish for Bitcoin either way. And look, this was kind of an inverted head and shoulder here. I told you to go for the long. I took the long. The probabilities were high. And who here paid the trader? Now, who took the trade? Now, one thing to take the trade, but who paid the trader? Put a 444 if you took the trade and paid the trader. You actually got paid. You know, and I treat this like day trading, man. Just want to get a little more and a little more every single time and keep myself from losing. Clarity Act, all noise. Yeah, I'm not getting into it. I'm not going to spend much time on that and waste our beautiful time that we could be trading on that nonsense right now. Shout out to all the people that, and this is a channel that people actually make gains. Like a lot of channel, you go watch and you learn about a coin. You learn about this, yeah. You sit there and you listen. This channel is actionable. You're actually going to take action with me on the show. Like it's going to happen right here, right in front of you, right now. You know, it's not like you have to wait and we show you how to make money every single day here. It's not a joke. And you can use these strategies on the Forex market, on Bitcoin, on NASDAQ, on whatever you want. Okay? This isn't just Bitcoin. This is how you trade any market in the world. And look, when you have a system that you can get back into trades and you don't have to sweat selling them either. I know I could get back into this trade later on today if it gives me a beautiful entry. Now, there's something in the wind that makes me think it's going to continue to pump a little more than it should. Like a little more of a pump, but the 21, we need to catch back up to the 21 here. So let this thing rally. I think it looks like it's going to rally to 81,000 or something. I usually sell a little early. I'm usually selling like 80% of the bigger move. Say, Sam, why not leave the stop loss or break even and keep riding it? To me, it's about paying the trader over and over again. If you just get in the habit of paying yourself, then you're going to get in the habit of paying yourself. You know what I mean? It's like get into the habit of getting into the habit. You know, it's a pretty cool idea if you think about it. Like, the more you pay the trader, the more you will pay the trader. Remember, I was telling you, you're going to be, whatever you did in the first 10 days of the year, you're likely going to continue to do. I took profits the first 10 days of the year. I don't know if you remember, but we started off making thousands of dollars the first 5-10 days of the year, and things were going our way. And we took profits, so it's like, that let me know that I'm likely going to take profits throughout the year. You see what I mean? It's going to be a year where I take profits. So I tune in but hard to trade while wrenching on these cars. Anyone trade at like 10 p.m. Eastern time. We start trading about 8 p.m. at night on Wednesday and Thursday nights, Tuesday nights. And so look, this thing looks like it is continuing. The daily and the bigger time frames are pushing. You remember, the daily looks good to me. So when the daily looks good, you can get pressed on the smaller time frames for sure. There we go. This is what I was expecting. A little more pumpage here to the upside. Look at the sizzle of that. Yeah, it made sense. Hang on to the long. It's gone. Hey, Sammy, Bitcoin squeezing shorts, but Sammy hasn't squeezed the lemon into the water in a long time. Funny you said that. I did it like last week or something. But you're right, we haven't done, and I did it when I was traveling at Sin City Crypto. We had the lemon in the water. They gave me the lemon water. They had sliced lemons waiting for me. And Bitcoin squeezing these shorts. Look, you can see big red above us there at about 81,300. So that's where we're likely going to go. And grab this liquidity here. I'm looking for us to cool off now and possibly give us another long. And so yesterday I made 400. I took the 400, I risked it for 16. I just took 5 off the table. So, now I just continue to add. That's all. People get all excited and make thousands of dollars. You know what? If you made 500 that day, you beat 90% of the herd that lost. If you're compounding wins, you're winning. 500 here, 300 there, 1,000 there. It adds up over time. Just stop trying to be a big shot and just look for a consistent win. And next thing you know, you're going to look back in 5 years and be one of the more successful traders. If you're always going for these big wins and you're going to be chasing double ups and I got 1,000. I just took 1,000 and I turned it into, if I had $1,000 account, I just turned it into 1,500. Right? Wow, they're sending this thing. The shorts are freaking out. There's too many people got really, 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 really short last night. Even it looked bearish to me for a second. I have to be honest, even last night I said, man, it looks bearish. But it is what it is, man. And price action has been tough the last 3 or 4 days. I've done very well, but I've been very patient and just timed the market. And I haven't chased. Some days I'm sitting there and I feel like there should be more action, but there's, you know what I mean? Some days trading, you feel like it should be this constant, like, oh my God, I should feel like I'm at this party. And it's flat. Nothing's going on. And you're like, and you feel angst because you feel like you're not doing the right thing because there's, but that's trading. I've learned, I sat there with myself the other day. I said, Sam, this is trading. Some days are going to be slow. Some days are going to be fast. Some days, you know what I mean? There's no guarantees every day it's going to go perfect. All right. I just show up consistently. Some mornings I wake up and I'm like, man, who's listening to me? Who's going to listen to my analysis? Some people lack faith over, and I take a deep breath and I say, this is how you've won, Sam, every day. This is how you're going to continue to win. Just be consistent. Consistency can be boring. Consistency doesn't have an answer sometimes. Like you wake up, I don't know I'm going to hit this trade like I just hit in front of you guys. I didn't know we were going to win the trade today on the live. I showed up with the belief that good things can happen. World peace, China trade, Iran open. Yeah, I don't know why I've been so damn bearish. Your advice has many different practices. It works. Use it, everybody. Yeah. Mr. Price just showed us how to make good money while using a small amount of money. Yeah, stop playing yourself and join the group. Chase your dreams and take a chance on yourself. 100%. Go to CryptoLifer.com. Hit the subscribe button and jump on into someone that's teaching you live every single day without a day off. As good as I am at trading, I'm an even better teacher, man. Look, I showed this falling wedge was going to break out earlier today. I talked about it. We had a massive pump on that 4-hour time frame, the daily, the 1 hour, it all did. We went over. Back to the top of the range. Support of resistance holding us down. They made it look oh so bearish. They really did. 5-day getting above the 200 moving average. Gorgeous. 5 minutes showing signs of love, man. Look at that. Just beautiful. Look, shoulder, head, right shoulder, rising wedge. Again, all you got to do is buy the 200, the 21 on price above the 200. Stop loss below the 200 moving average. You don't have to overcomplicate this. And if you don't understand it, open up a demo trading account here on Weeks. Go to futures, hit demo trading, and then use these strategies on demo. There it goes to 81,000 as I had a big feeling it would. I could have stayed in that trade. It's okay. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Does nothing for me. Now I have to find my way back in. I had a great entry though. Wow. They're plowing this thing to the upside. Shout out to anyone that's still in. It's fun when you're out the trade. There's this feeling like, I want to be back in. That's FOMO. Don't use it. Always be grateful. Dear Lord, thank you for the win that I did have. I just had a great win in front of thousands of people. You know, thousands of people will watch this stream and they're going to see me win. That's a blessing. Shout out to the 1,103 people here on the stream. Let's get the likes up to the watches. We're giving you live trades, live action, and live entries, and showing you how we're figuring it out, not just kind of coming in when the entry's already up. We're showing you how we're figuring it out, how to get in. We gave you this entry right here before it happened. Stop losses and everything. Proper risk management. And no, I can't tell you what to put in the trade because I don't know your portfolio. I'm not a portfolio advisor. I'm not an investment advisor. Nothing I say and do should be taken as financial advice. Please get your own financial advisor and do your own due diligence before getting into any project, coin, or trade. All right. Looks like Clarity Act will head to the Senate. Yeah, it's just pointless today, man. Son of a bean dip. I close my long and I'm FOMOing in. Yeah. I prefer taking 100 or 1,000 and accepting risk and all instead of demo trading. I long sold this morning. The inverted head and shoulder on the 15-minute was too juicy. I like it. We'll take that instrumental. So here we are. Possible. I like the daily, the 4-hour. They all look good to me. You know, I know that we're getting a little far away from the 21 on some bigger time frames like the 1 hour and the 15. So if this continues, it's going to be one last, pretty much, I believe one more pump, and then I feel like we're just going to be too extended. Might even just kind of sit back and let the 1 hour be the guide later on today. We'll see. This would take us to 82,269. This would be 80,654. And there I would risk kind of what I made for the next move. You know what I mean? I keep doing that. It keeps playing out. So we're flying today. Clarity Act at the White House. No one is angry. Well, not me. Shout out to TM Hustling. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Yeah, I only see beautiful lifers feeling good right now. I mean, we had a group of people that all took gains, hopefully, and learned from the guy who's teaching, or added their own little strategy once they learned from me, or, you know, got a beginning basis and were able to move from there. I just know I'm around a bunch of people that want to win, and that's the type of people I want to be around. How many people in the chat believe they could make $1 billion in this life? I believe I can. Put a 444. If you believe there's a possibility you could make $1 billion. Why? Maybe a couple, but I believe $1 billion is coming to me. I'm on my way to $1 billion. So how many people put a 444 if you believe $1 billion is possible for you? Let me know. Let me know in the chat, because that's the type of people I want to be around. I want to be around people that fill this chat with a 444. Look at this. We got future billionaires in the chat. I mean, dang. I've never been around so many people that believe they could be billionaires. 100 bill. I love it. I love it. Shout out to Legendary God King in the house. Shout out to Brandon Johnson. Shout out to Craw Billies. Shout out to all the Andrea Mateo music, man. I love you, bro. Nice to meet you back in Miami. Sean Plays, James Jones, Izzy One, Douglas the Barber, Sound Create, right? Nacho, Crypto Key, and all you beautiful people. Tony Rosas. Everyone's amazing, man. God bless you all. Thank you so much for jumping on in. Thank you for being here. So we got a bunch of people here. We have over 1,000 people that believe they can make $1 billion. I mean, that's a powerful group of people to be around. Usually around a group of like 20 people, a few thousand people, and not one of them thinks they could do that, right? So we've got a serious algorithmic pull here to a group of people that could do anything. All right. Exactly. My bloodline never has to worry. Exactly. It's never enough. It's such a wise statement. Yeah. Anyone can just how hard they want it. 100%. 100%. Okay, remember Sammy is Skynet. Hey. Wow, we're already kind of seeing, getting this bounce here on the 1 minute. The 5 minute looks crispy. It looks like you need the 1 minute to figure this thing out right now. I feel like I got to tighten it up a little bit. And it may be the end of the rally. I mean, the 1 hour just pumped severely. And when you get a 1 hour pump like that, 2 hour time frame away from the 21, 4 hours not that far for the 21, which is a good sign. And so is the 22. They're all, and another thing that I'm talking about is when the 21 and the 200 get very tight, a big move happens. That usually creates that's like Bollinger Bands, and usually we get a huge pump to the upside. Last time the 21 and the 200 got really tight like that, as we came up into price action, was kind of here. The price got tight inside of it. You can see we had the 200 above us, the 21, and we had a massive pump. It's almost like it can't handle it. Right here too, we had a massive pump out. So again, just things that I'm seeing a lot of people that analyze the market on X, and I'm just like, I feel bad for them. Like, they're so off. I know analysts, we can say we don't know the factor on ignorance. We don't know what's going to happen, but you got to have an inkling of like where the bottom could be and what's the most highly probable, you know what I mean? And I think we're pretty spot on my channel here, showing you where the good discounts are for Bitcoin. For instance, when this was at 5, we bought so much Bitcoin. I like the fear coming back to 34. That's awesome. 47, 49 was a little too high for me. I definitely wanted to come down. I like to see it at 34. That's absolutely amazing. And then, you get back into this shaded region. I mean, we had it 5 twice and people were afraid to buy. I knew people were afraid to buy Bitcoin. You haven't seen me opening up tons of Bitcoin buys right now because the time to buy was back when the fear was high. You don't buy right now. I mean, you buy right now. I buy 500,000. I buy a little bits, and look, we told you the NASDAQ was going to punch. It's about to go to an all-time high right now as we speak and then continue to rip. They're printing this money to zero, folks, and it's got to go somewhere. It's got to go somewhere. Yeah. It's okay. The people that are super bearish are going to delete their tweets or act like they didn't say it, and then they're going to come back a month later and make some way. Oh, but I showed you we were long, and they'll make some excuse of how they actually called it, but they didn't call it, and and whether you believe it or not, you guys got to hold these influencers to what they say, man. Too many people let people say whatever they want. Nobody holds them. They're not, and they're embracing to keep going and keep saying whatever over and over again for views, for engagement. It's really sad because it's becoming an engagement farming area where it's not really about what you say. It's about how much you can engagement farm, and then you can get more eyes, and then you can sell something. So I think some people even say things that they don't believe just for views, man. And it's kind of like, because it's about the money, right? If you can get more views, you can sell more of whatever you're selling. So why tell the truth if the truth doesn't help you get paid? For me, I'm about sticking to the facts and sticking to the, that's the one thing about me that's going to be different than a lot of these other people. Is like, I'm just going to show you. And again, sometimes it's going to look like it's clickbait for me because I'm going to be right on something that's very poignant. Like maybe talking about Bitcoin, coming back to the upside. But I never flipped on you guys. I've always been spot on, if you remember correctly. Right? And look, I mean, I keep posting this. I keep showing this beautiful, beautiful fractal. The bottom call there at the 618, even to bounce off the 786 Fibonacci level. And I'm again going to repost this. I repost it all the time. This thing's going up. The original post. 50,000 views now and counting. Right? And there was so many haters telling me there's a fractal. We're going to blast these bears so hard they'll be shaking and trembling. I know, see? In a short, we go a bit lower, but great place to buy. So he got rocked. 100% won't happen. He got rocked. Trump Luke Doll Markets, he got rocked. Read my last tweet, bro. That's exactly, yeah, okay. 3K, yep, this guy's spot on. 30K is the new 3K. Too soon for the low to be in. People telling us what's going to happen for sure. People aren't ready for this to play out, yep. I've been buying over the past 2 months. He's spot on. Capitulation hasn't happened yet. He got rocked, right? No, I think April will have a lot of downside. That didn't happen. April was so green, it was ridiculous. It's just funny, right? No, September, October, this time will not be different. Anything is possible, man. Right? Just stick to people that do it every day and don't listen to the peanut gallery. There's some bullishness in the air today, I'm telling you. They had it sideways. Last night was interesting. They had it sideways. They caught a lot of people off guard. You could say, I just got lucky sticking with my original plan, whatever you want to say. I think there's no such thing as luck. I think it's preparation meets consistency. Like you're consistent, then you get, you prepare, and then everyone calls you lucky when you hit. People call us lucky in cryptocurrency. They're lucky. They bought Bitcoin early, but I was always looking for investments before Bitcoin. So I was putting a lot of pressure on myself to find something that could change my life, and I believed I could. And I read stories about other people that found investments that changed their life, and I said, that's going to be me. And I projected it, and I believed in it, and I pushed for it. And you can say, well, you're so lucky that you found Bitcoin. And yes, I am. I'm lucky, right? But I was creating the type of environment to find an investment. That's what I was believing, right? Hey, Sam, could Trump have any impact due to today's talk? Does TA show some possibility? I just stick to the TA. It doesn't even matter, honestly, bro. Everyone's like, they try to get too into, I say this all the time, too much into the semantics, into the politics, into the daily ups and downs, and not into the charting. The charts will set you free. The charts are going to teach you what you need to know. It's all going to be in the charts. So you can see, beautiful pump today. 5-minute gets above the 200 moving average. That is the catalyst for the move, just like the 5-day, just like the weekly. That's why I use the moving averages the way I do. Lucky when we were held through tough times and came back from 50% losses. Yeah. Sam is lucky like Michael Jordan was lucky. It's all hard work and dedication. Luck is just the icing on the cake. The harder you work, the luckier you get. Yeah. No, and there's no coincidence there, right? I like that. I can do a lot for others with 10 mil. I like that. I like that you said that. That's how you project greatness. What can you do for other people? I can find a strategy and I can teach it to them every day for free. And then if they want to learn more, they can join my trading group for $99 a month. You know what I mean? Like, what a great business. Give it away for free. Help as many people as you can. And then if they choose to pay, then they can jump on it. I will tell you, sometimes there's great trades Thursday night, Saturday morning. This weekend we cleaned up. We made $2,000 this weekend. Never mind this week. So, and it hasn't been as easy to make. It hasn't been as easy to make money as it was the week before, or as difficult. It was more difficult this week. Been practicing waking up in gratitude. Fell asleep listening to abundance videos. Today hit big trades. My prop account, and someone gave me an ounce of silver. God is real. See, kind of interesting, right? It's not a coincidence that things started to come into your life in abundance when you started thinking about abundance. You realize now your mind is completely in control of what's happening. Your reality has so much to do with your thought process. It's insane. And how you think about yourself. And I push this on everybody every day. If I taught you more about how to curate your brain and your thoughts than trading, then I did more for you than I could have. I can teach you everything about trading. I can make you an amazing trader, good education. But if you don't believe you deserve millions, you're never going to make millions of dollars. Your belief system, your frequency, how you attract wealth into your life, this all has everything to do with how you think, your thoughts that you have. Just like going to the gym, does someone get big? And did you ever see a big fit guy that in his mind thought he was never going to get fit? No. Eventually they said, you know what? I'm sick and tired of being out of shape and fat. I'm going to hit the gym today. I'm going to change my life. Right? And next thing you know, so it starts in the mind. Then months later, the person looks good. It started in their mind, right? Their mind was the one that got them looking better, right? Their physical life changed because of their mind. Internally, they changed their thought process. Once they changed their thought process, everything else began to follow. This is the weakness of my strategy. There should be a weakness to every strategy. Now, when you hit at the beginning, it hits great. When the bigger time frames start getting a little extended, but this could still pump, that's when you might jump into one of these, and then get hurt. I'm a retired carpenter musician, can learn Sam's system and be successful after 2 years. So can you. Join and learn. I love that. He's a retired carpenter / musician. And he could learn my system after about 2. It took him 2 years. That makes sense. 2 years of showing up every day, 2 years of putting in the work, 2 years of grinding. Yeah. Yeah, hating on a millionaire that's teaching you how to become a millionaire is wild to me. Don't worry, man. I don't even stress that stuff. Yeah, I only see positive people because my frequency is so high, it doesn't mesh with negative frequency. So negative frequency doesn't really, don't get me wrong. I stay strapped. I know that there could be negativity out there. I'm not floating through air thinking that nothing can happen. I'm always prepared for danger, but I don't allow negative frequency in my life. I don't talk with it. I don't hang out with it. I don't have negative people. The reason why I wasn't doing so well in life is because I kept a lot of negative thoughts and negative people around me. And no matter how good or how smart or how amazing I was, that type of vibration was always going to pull me down. I had to learn to extrapolate negative people, negative situations, and negative feelings from my life, or I was going to basically stay in a negative place. And I thank God for every moment that he came to save me, because there was a time when I just couldn't get out of my negative thoughts. They were reoccurring. They kept replaying in my mind, and it's almost like I couldn't get out of my own head. It was like a prison being in my mind, and I was so stuck. And I dreamed of so many things, but I couldn't seem to go and do what I had dreamed of. It's kind of strange. It was like being stuck in someone else's body almost. It's because my subconscious mind was hijacked, and I thought I knew who I was, but I wasn't who I thought I was. I was who my subconscious mind believed it was, which was someone that believed in lack. Someone believed that good things weren't going to happen to me. On the outside shell, I was a positive person that believed in so many great things, and if you were around me, I'd always be happy, and I was in a good... But the long-term belief that great things were going to happen to me started to dwindle, and the older I get, the more I believe that nothing good... I wasn't going to have a beautiful, accomplished life. I wasn't going to travel the world. I wasn't going to become a multimillionaire. I wasn't going to buy Lamborghinis and make people inspired by my life. I was going to just do the narrative, the regular. And that got really depressing and sad for me, because I always dreamed that I was going to do something big and different with my life. And when I started seeing that it wasn't going to happen, I let in the negative energy. I started believing I wasn't worth it. And I started projecting basically negative frequencies on myself. And then, of course, my life wasn't going in the way. How was my life going to go positive? Positive people could see that in me. They didn't want to be around me. They could tell that I wasn't all in. And then I would be around someone that was all in, like someone that was a magician that was really working towards their goal. And I could see that they were so driven. All they cared about was one, they cared about others and stuff, but they cared about their passion. This one guy was the ham tam. And he was so passionate about it. And we were making a music video for him in the woods up in upstate New York. And I was like, wow, this guy's so... And God started to be showing me people that were successful, even if they weren't worth tons of money. They just seemed to have found something that they loved, and they were going to go at it. Like, they knew where they were, and they were going to go at that one thing. And now I know where I'm at. I got my YouTube channel. I know I'm going after helping people and teaching people every day. I'm making money on the side, doing things that I love through what I do. And that's such a beautiful life. So every day I get to do what I put my mind and my accomplishments towards. When you work for someone else, you put so much effort into their company. And years go by and you get a paycheck, and that's all you have. And they have the actual building that you built. They have the systems that you put in place. They have everything, and you have nothing. Right? And I learned that the hard way. I said, man, I got to start my own company, because otherwise I'm going to give all this energy and then I'm never going to get it back. Right? It's going to go towards, I'm going to show up every day, take the train every day, go to work every morning, wake up on those mornings where you don't feel great. Push every day, and then bang, it's interesting. This is this is where my strategy kind of gets it. There's a bit of there's always a power struggle here. 82,249. And this is where risk management comes into play. Not being greedy comes into play. Not fighting the need to have to win every time. So we made 500, we made 400 yesterday. We're up $900. We could risk $300 for the 900 to see, because it looks like this thing may jump. Looks like this thing may just start to plow. Let's see where this goes. Might make a double top here. I know the bigger time frames are extended. I'm getting into another live trade right here, right now on the channel. We're on the 200 in the consolidation. I can see it just come up and double top here. We're going to see what happens. Already up about 2%. We'll see where this goes. A little high risk the way I jumped in a little late on the show, on the channel there, as it came in. But look, we're up $90 already. Now we're up the king of 3%. Nobody makes 3% more than me, man. Nobody, I'm telling you. Wow, that was a monster pump right out the channel. We're up another 130. We break through this thing, it's going to go. I'm quick with this stop now. We'll see what happens. It could be a double top right here. It might just be a double top. We'll see. We got to close a candle above these wicks right here, right now. There has to be a push to the upside here on the 1 minute time frame. Can we get it? Oh, no, I don't like those wicks. I don't like starting off with top wicks. It's not a good sign. You don't come up into resistance and then wick down. Not going to lose money on this no matter what, so. Looks like a double top. I moved my stop loss right above break even, you see? Let's see if we can pull a miracle off here. We can bounce. They might just wick me and continue to pump. It's okay. I know the bigger time frames are extended, so I know that I'm going to have a better entry later on today at one point. That's a double top for sure. See how stingy I am with my price action? I act like I got no money. I trade like basically this is my last dollar. You got to treat every dollar like it's your last, man. My mentor used to say that to me, and I used to be like, come on, man. You don't really treat every dollar like, but you got to like, that's the mentality you have to have. This is what we want. We want to wick. Come on. No, that's a double top, I feel like. If we don't wick right there, oh my gosh, look at that. Oh my gosh, man. Oh, that's weird to wick like that and then, oh. So we wicked twice now, right off the level. And then they gobbled me up. It does look like a double top, you see? So I was able to kind of change it up and you know, because otherwise, why lose $300? I could have taken the $100 too. I was up nicely there. I know that the bigger time frames are extended. So in the back of my mind, I have to say, well, when the bigger time frames are low and then you see one of these flags, then you go all, I mean, that's when you go all in. That's when the probabilities are way higher. We still might bounce here off the bottom trend line, but that's a double top to me. Now they're going to get the shorts really confused. I'll put up a possible long. It looks very unlikely right now. I hope you're with me and you're not making mistakes. I hope you're not watching me going all in. I hope you understand where I'm at, kind of what I'm doing here a little bit. I'm teaching you how to trade small time frames with proper risk management. We might bounce right here off the bottom trend line. If this can consolidate, then we have ourselves a possible another trade here. Nothing is set in stone here. Remember that. Getting the higher low bounce now with the low stochastic kind of shrugging off. I'm going to jump back in along here. And what, it's a $79,000 long, 2,400 in at 33x lev. Very high risk at this point, though. I know I could easily lose. That's why I don't have a lot of money on risk right now. Let's take a look at there's something kind of roaring today on the small, you know, on the altcoins section here. We'll see the last 24 hours in, you know, Immutable X finally getting some moves. So some gaming coins coming out of nowhere. Hyperliquid holding that. Canton CC's been holding 14 for like about a month and a half. We like humanity. I've been talking about HUSDT. It's been one of the more pristine, you know, more higher volume moves. Stable's been on the radar at 27, especially with the, you know, with what's going on right now with the Clarity Act, right? Edge up 4% on the week. We did have Edge out there, 551. I gave you the Zcash at 409. We talked about Venice at $9. SWE looking okay. Chainlink holding above 10 is awesome for me. I hold a boatload of Chainlink. I still believe it's going to be at the forefront at one point. It's going to move this bigger market. Like, you're going to see Chainlink have something to do, with tokenization big time here. Money Bitcoin in the mix. Near Protocol 160, Pepe. I still own some Pepe. Virtual, I believe, still has a use case with agentic AI and agents. I think it comes up. Solana back above 90 is strong, with up basically 5% of the week. BNB tends to fall. If you see Solana move, BNB moves. I like Aster, even though it's hovering between 65 and 70 cents. I still like it long term. I believe it's a real use case, decentralized exchange that could really become the Binance of decentralization, right? And then I'm going to look at the last hour. I want to see if something kind of jumped behind Bitcoin's back now as Bitcoin. Yeah, Venice token really been hot. 5% in the last hour. Zcash too, holding its, and a lot of the coins that we talked about, ENA as well, virtuals. And I put out a lot of coins to the trading group, more than ever in the last few weeks. So look out for that, because it's starting to tell us something, that altcoins are getting far more exciting to trade than they were a long time ago. It's been a while. It's been a while since altcoins did what they're doing right now. So look, we could easily cat ears and dump this puppy. I could see it just dump right now. Maybe I just jump out with my $45 loss. And I don't care. Someone could consider this flip-flopping back and forth. This is excellent risk management, what I'm doing here. It's exceptional risk management. Like I've got it down to a T of how to take advantage of what the market could give me without giving them anything. And then if they rip this puppy, then I take it. And I don't have to give them a lot to try to, to figure it out. And it took me years to figure out this type of risk. Years. I mean, here we got a bit of a cup. There's a bit of a handle here. Right? And you're touching the 21. I mean, you expect this to bounce at least back to the top of the channel. Right? Bing bong. And here we are now, about to be at break even on the trade. We'll see where this goes. $79,000 in the trade. Which to a lot of people would be a pretty big trade, You're the man. I got to go pay some. Have a blessed day, and everyone in the lifers. God bless you, brother. Thank you for being here. And thank you for hanging out. Shout out to Around Town 27. We call it Bing Bong. Hey, you just put your seat raise in the chat. What is he talking about? Yeah. Nah, someone does that all the time, man. Yeah. It's like some type of weird, it's like some strange, you know what I mean? 99 sewing pattern. It's just like, these people are strange, man. When you trade this way, anyone following you uses trading me, especially on high level trade, you get paid if they're using links. Surely you don't actually trade going in and out constantly. Yes, I do. You trying to figure out my life is so strange. You know what I mean? You're like, and honestly, if you were 100% right, it wouldn't matter. I'm teaching you how to trade. This is the thing. This guy's analyzing my life, analyzing the trading fees. Get your mind focused, man. Please focus. All right. Why you're not looking at the live stream of the Clarity Act vote? Because it's pointless, man. They're just gonna sit there and run their mouth back and forth. We're going to find out what happens at the end of the day. You're going to miss out on trading if you're not paying attention to the charts. Look, had we knew about the Clarity Act or not, the 21 was above the 200 in the flag. We were able to take advantage of the move. We didn't have to sit there and watch the Clarity Act. I don't get it. You can hear the intrepidness in my voice, I guess, because I want people to understand that they're schooling you, man. Every time you're reading the news and not reading the charts, they got you. They got you focused on something that won't help you. Doesn't mean we don't go over the news. Doesn't mean we don't check on the tweets. Doesn't mean we don't see what's happening. I get it. There is a connection between what's happening in Hormuz and the oil and all that. But for the most part, the charts are going to teach you what's going to happen. You stick to the charts and they'll show you. They will pan it out for you. For instance, this thing breaks out huge and you're sitting there watching the Clarity Act and you don't see that the stochastics are low with the 21 touching. That's what you want to be paying attention to. Switches down from down $80 to down $1 in seconds. That's a bit of a cup and handle there, folks. I'm attempting to make money every day here trading. Okay. And if you want to trade where I trade, you can trade on weeks. All right. You can trade live on weeks. Sean, I don't think I got the pinned comment yet. If you could repost it again. I didn't get a chance to post it yet for whatever reason. Shano! Catter semi on the one. Careful. Yeah. They put some fun in the wallet and you need to deposit some coins to get them out. But it get drained every... What the... They don't know you're AAG and run 300 miles. It's hard to keep up with a Lambo when driving a Civic. I love you, man. Isn't that a double top forming? It looks like it could be, yeah. It's on my posted. Smash the like. Shout out to Legendary God King in the house. We got some super chats to go over too. Don't worry, we're going to get to all your super chats, folks. We don't skip them. We just, we dedicate a portion of the show for all of them. We make sure they're there. We go through them. Sometimes I get them as they come, but there's a lot going on, so. And I swear we started a poll already. I would have sworn we started a poll already. Okay, so we did. We pinned the comment already. You're spot on, and we do got the poll. So Bitcoin will hit what first? 104K or 54%? Or 54K. So it's back and forth here. All right, 57% say and 43% say no. Say 54,000. So more people think we're going to 104 than lower, but it's basically pretty much split. All right. He says the Bitcoin 4-hour chart looks bullish. It does, but it's got to pull back at one point, right? This is likely not going to go, man. And again, this is very high risk what I'm doing here. And that's why I tell you, this is the weak part of my trading style. After the pump, I'd say 2 out of 10 times we get a big move on this, but it's, rare. So I don't go hard right here. I just kind of take a nibbles. And if I get an extra 1,000 on the day, I get an extra 1,000. If I just have to take a small L, I take a small L. We don't know what's going to happen. We have probabilities, but we don't know for sure. Nothing is 100%. If it was, then I would be 100% in trading, and I'm not, right? And nobody is. I don't care how many AI bots you got. I don't care what goes on. I had a bot that was 97% accurate. It's awesome. The Minotaur trading bot, unbelievable, right? I actually got to go look at that. I haven't looked at that in a long time. And we're going to actually have a meeting with Minotaur and start setting up. They have a new trading bot that shorts and longs at the same time, does some awesome stuff. And so we're going to actually throw 10 grand in that thing and watch it run. And yeah. So we have a lot coming this year, honestly. Like, this is the year of building. Yeah, 250,000 people are watching the Clarity Act live stream. It's crazy, right? There we go, man. About to hit my trigger now. And what I like about my system, so what? It bounces right back up and I get stop hunted. I don't mind because the stop hunts are tiny. Stop hunt me 2 or 3 times in a row. It means I'm not chasing the bigger idea. So now when we see that this kind of falls off, what you do is you want to kind of skip out to the 1 hour now. And now you're just too far for the 21. So now you just look and you want to see us consolidate above the 200 moving average. It's unlikely that we're not going to go below it, but it'll be very bullish if we don't go below it. If for the next 8 hours we go sideways, it tells us that we have to long tonight. Remember, we have the weekly screen share tonight around 8 p.m. Haven't been able to do that in the last 2 weeks. I was traveling both times. I was driving home one night. We had a lifer party before the lifers, which is the main reason. I basically wasn't even going to go to Miami. Weeks hit me up, said, hey, we'd like to kind of do something in conjunction with the lifers. I said I'd love to do it. It was going to be the 7th, and they pushed it to the last night, which was great. It was fine. It ended up, it was a hit. It ended up being amazing. I had a really good time, and the party was legit. A lot of interesting people there for sure. And so now I'm looking, to me, this is it. I mean, you hit resistance, which you can clearly see was like 81,270. You hit that level with the wick. People front running that low, and now you just got to wait for the 21 to catch up. Beautiful candle for the 1 hour. Beautiful candle for the daily. And made a statement that the daily wants to bounce. You see, this is kind of what you want to see. You want to make sure that you're bouncing on these key levels on the daily time frame. Very, very important, folks. Very important. and everything's going to be amazing. Repeat after me. Everything's going to be amazing. Think about me, man. I go live every single day. If I get in my head on a Tuesday or Wednesday, start telling myself the channel's going down, people don't believe in me, I'm not the lifer, then you know what? That will happen. The channel will go down. People won't believe in me, and I won't be the lifer. Like if I tell myself I'm amazing, God's got my back, I'm going to push forward every day, I'm going to stay disciplined, I'm going to win, everyone's going to follow me, my channel's going to continue to grow, I'm the man, I'm the lifer, right? Then I am. So like my entire life depends on my mind staying sharp and believing in myself. The second I get down, you know, I love my mom and dad, and I know they're there for me, but they're not. My dad's dead, my mom's dead. No one's calling me. You know, some days I was down and out. I'd get a call from my dad, and he'd tell me, I love you, Sam. He'd cheer me up. He'd make me realize who I really was. You know, now that's between me and God, you know. But yeah, my dad used to call me and really put things into perspective and say, hey, man, you've come a long way. God bless you, Sam, you know. And he'd remind me of all the battles that I fought through and where I am today. And I say, thank you, Dad. And you know, I miss those phone calls. My dad died on May 1st of 2023. And we had his funeral on Cinco de Mayo, man. And it feels just like yesterday, bro. I can't believe my dad's been gone 3 years. It's weird. You feel guilty when someone you love has been gone for a long period of time. Like every year goes by, you feel like it's like you're cheating on them or something when you don't think. It's almost like their memory fades slower. You know, it just, I don't know. I can't explain it, but I think you guys know what I'm saying if you've lost a loved one. It does get easier. When my dad first died, I couldn't breathe, man. There was days I would sit and stare off into space and think, I'm never going to love going to the beach again. I'm never going to love sailing again. I felt like all the joy in life had been stolen from me because every time I saw something beautiful, I thought, but my dad can't be there with me. And I thought of all his pain, and I thought of him getting wheeled away and getting put in, you know, he told my wife, I love you. He told my mom, I love you, as they wheeled him down the hallway to the helicopter. They were going to bring him in, but the wind was too strong. They had to wait a couple hours. He survived, man. He hung on, man. The only mistake you made, Sammy, is you bent the knee and now you wear pants. Back in the day, it was no pants trading all day, every day. You're so funny, man. How do you know I have pants on? Hey. So look, we're too far for the 21. Good time to take some profits or cover if you're trying to scalp that last minute scalpelino. Time to chill out, in my humble opinion. The 21's too far. Would you short? I mean, to me, it says yay, but I'd be careful for those scalps up where they grab that liquidity up there. I like my style where I just kind of sit tight and wait for price action to reset. It does look like it's going to have to come back below the 21. I'd pull a Fibonacci here. Could get a 618 retracement down to 80,000. I like that we're back above 80K though. So this is what I'm looking for. We got the pump. I don't know how I nailed it. It was so volatile this morning. They didn't want anyone to get any of that love. But man, here we are now, right? Here we are now. So, hey, I'm excited. You should be too. We made it through the pain of the morning. And it's been a great week. You know, some weeks fine. I might only make $3 grand, $4 grand that week, $5 grand even. But I didn't lose any money. That's the key, right? To not lose money is the key, folks. If you're not losing money, then you're doing something amazing. All right? If you're not losing money, then you're doing something absolutely amazing. All right? That's the key, right? So, yeah. And again, the clarity out, they're going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The key is to pay attention to these charts too. Okay? This is, you know what? The time frame I would pay most attention to right now is the 15-minute time frame. It's the best intraday trading time frame because what it does is it takes the pressure from the 1 hour, which kind of gets driven from the 4 hour. But it also respects the smaller time frames. It's kind of like if there was a land in between two lands, you know what I mean? And to me, this is the most accurate. Like today, when the 21 hits the 15, it's going to be good. It's likely going to make us, because the daily looks good, the 4 hour looks good. So, bang. I think the one biggest thing that I've made different to my trading style in the last, I'd say 16 months is I use the bigger time frames more than ever now. I trust them more than ever. I put more faith. I always put faith in them, but I put even more faith in them now than I ever did. It's all about those time frames. You know what I mean? The bigger the time frame, the more I'm paying attention. Repeat after me. You can, you will, you are the best. I can, I will, I am the best. I can do this. Sam believes in me. I believe in myself. You know, so what that my dad abused me? So what that my mama wasn't there for me? So what that my big brother used to beat me up every day? I'm just going over things that people say. So what that I had a horrible boss? So what no one ever gave me nothing? So what I was a foster student, a foster kid that got pushed around and no one was there for me? Now you're there for yourself. Now you're ready to take advantage or take responsibility for anything that's happening to you. You can, you will, you are the best. You've got this. Nobody can get in the way of your success. Because, you know what I mean? Once you believe you're where you're supposed to be in life because of you, the apartment you're living in, the car you're driving, that's you. You own that. You own it all. There's no excuses, man. I used to blame, oh, I'm not where I'm supposed to be. My friends are millionaires and I couldn't get there and everyone else did this. And I had an excuse for why I couldn't get there, so of course I wasn't going to get there. All I could find was excuses. I couldn't find reasons to win. You got to find a reason, man. Not an excuse, man. There's got to be a reason, no excuse. I remember my friend saying that. I didn't fully understand what he was saying. Let me bounce on into the Super Chats and see what's happening in Super Chat land. I got someone asking about HBAR, some Solana. Let's take a look here at the fan funding. And thank you so much for the Super Chats. That's really nice of you. I greatly appreciate that. Can you look at OSMO, please, Sam? Show up daily. You'll be amazed at what you learn. Oh, man, you'll learn so much by showing up every day. You'll learn why people were successful. You'll understand successful people. You'll understand success when you don't take a day off. It'll become one of the biggest reasons why you become who you are. You know, you just keep pushing. Can you look at Osmo? Yep. If a retired carpenter musician can learn, yeah, I love that. He said he's a retired carpenter and musician. He learned my strategy. All right. After 2 years, so you can do this. Let's take a look at a chart for AND on Dex Screener. Thank you. Hidden bear div of the 15-minute for Bitcoin. I don't think so. Sam, what targets do you see on Sol to the upside? It looks so strong right now. Thank you. God bless. Thank you. Can you help? Just email us and give us your user ID, man. Or if you're in the trading group, ask Zeno. He can help you. Can you take a look at HBAR, please? So we have HBAR, Solana, ANDV on DEX, and OSMO. I'm going to look at ANDV on my own here. I think that's something you guys asked me to look at yesterday. It's got a lower market cap than it had yesterday. I don't know. You guys, I feel like you guys are pushing it and you're trying to use my channel to get some type of volume. Appreciate it. I hope you do well. I'm not really going to be flashing that on the screen, though. I'm so sorry. But I hope you guys do well, man. It just, you know, it's not my thing. It is in a tight channel. I'll tell you what, the TA looks interesting. I'll at least flash the TA. The TA looks interesting. I mean, that's a tight channel. Looks like it could break further to the upside. It's got some je ne sais quoi. But I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't want to be, yeah. Look at all sells right now. The second you bring it up, dude, it's a little weird. And look, it's all the same. Look, that's the same. This guy's selling 14, 13. That's weird, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's selling tiny bits from the same wallet. There it is again with the 4F. Oh, no, that's a different one. That's WF. I don't know. It looks like it could break out. I'll be honest. The TA looks okay. Like if I didn't know what it was. So maybe there's a chance you're getting in early on something. I don't know. I'm all set, though. I'm not advocating for that. Just not happening, though. Dude, the second it says it may not break out, I mean, this is where I can get chopped up sometimes. Like I'll go at this 2 or 3 times. I'll lose 300, 300, 300. And I have to tell myself to stop. That's my one weakness. I know my weakness in trading. I can identify the area where, and again, it's still not a weakness because sometimes I go 3 times and I hit big. If I go like 300 for 15, I can lose 3 and still hit 1. I can hit 1 out of 4 and still make it, right? Because I can lose 900 and still make 1,500. Wow, that looks like it really could continue to pump. The way that 21's coming into play, the way price action is touching it, In my years of doing this, I got to start saying, hey, man, that looks... At the same time, at the back of my head, I'm like, well, that 1 hour. You know, and this is where you either miss a massive pump and be okay with it and get it on the 1 hour, or you take a shot at the smaller time frames knowing that you're extended on the 1 hour time frame. Once you learn someone's strategy, you have to find there's some vulnerabilities to everybody's strategy. Because there should be an edge to it. If you have an edge to your strategy, then there should be vulnerabilities to it as well. Makes sense, right? It's opportunity cost. If you're good at one thing, then you might lose, the chance to be good at something else. You're really good at sailing. You spent years sailing. You may not be good at hurling or some other, thing that someone would have to, or water, whatever it is. You spend so much time doing one thing, you're not as good as other things. That's what happened to me in TA. I did so much time doing TA. 10 years now have gone by. I do this every single day of my life that I'm not that good at anything else. I used to be like somewhat handy at a bunch of different stuff. Now I'm like not that handy. I haven't picked up a hammer really, in 5, 6, 7 years. I've been making so much money online that I pay people to do that stuff now. I feel I'm obligated. I'm like, my business does well. I should pay a guy that does this for a living and help him and help his business. This looks like it could just... This is when I usually walk away. Like, I'll just say, you know what? The 1 hour's extended. I got to walk away. But look at the 1 hour closing above the 200. It's a very vicious move there. I like that. Close above the 200. That's awesome. So they went and just robbed this liquidity before they ripped it back to the upside. As far as I'm concerned, anyone that was late on the long, that doesn't, you know what I mean? These small time frames may still take off, folks. I mean, they're doing it right now as we speak, right? Wow, they dolphin dipped it and may rip this thing. Very interesting here. I gotta say, I mean, that thing looks like it could just take off. Stochastics are low again. My goodness. And look how transparent I've been. I told you where my vulnerabilities are. I know where they are. And again, this is a tough place because people are like, well, what's gonna, you know what I mean? You're in this extension. And you could chew yourself up. What people don't realize is how much money you can lose just going at it over and over again. The fees can chew you up too over time if you're not able to limit in as much as you'd like. Whoa. And to that guy who like sat there and I just feel like, I don't know. I'm not even going to address it. If you know what I'm saying, maybe you do. If you don't, I don't know. Like, I used to do the same thing, man. I used to hate on YouTubers, bro, that I didn't even know. I never met them in my life. I'm like, look at this guy. He just shills. So I didn't even know who he is or what he did. And I used to just hate, man. I was just, I was a sour keyboard warrior, man. Depressed in my one-bedroom apartment, let's be honest. And I could tell they were making way more money than me, living the life of their dreams, and I was pissed. There was YouTubers I used to be, like, one guy was horrible. He was bad. His calls were horrible, but like, and I used to kind of hate him. It's why would I waste my time? Why don't I just leave the stream, I used to do some of the most horrible things, man, so I get it. So whenever I see someone doing that to me, I'm like, well, I did that too, man. I know what that's like to be depressed in my apartment, wishing I was somewhere else, complaining at a YouTuber. And I'll tell you what, right, this is where a lot of money gets lost because this is where a lot of people chase. Especially they haven't made a lot of money. They go 1,000 for 5,000. They're like, it's going to go up huge. A couple times I've done that. I'm like, I miss out. So I went huge. And then I lose $1,000 on a day where price action's pumping. I should be up on that day, but I'm down because I couldn't discipline myself. This looks like they're going to squeeze this thing up. Maybe a massive rally right now coming. It's hard for me not to FOMO in right now. I have to remind myself that this isn't the only pump ever in the history of pumps. It's weird. My mind gets one tracked. It's like, you know, I'm trading, and then once I'm in that mode, I'm like, it's everything. And I have to take a deep breath and be like, tomorrow's another day, Sam. Like, you're going to be able to trade again tomorrow. Like, it's okay if you know, no, but I have to get this pump, because if I don't, like, this could be a shoulder, head, right shoulder. I got to keep telling myself that the bigger time frames are extended. Like, I don't love opening trades when we're this far away from the 21 on the 1 hour, but man, now you're above the 21. This might just moon back up to 82.7. There will be a nasty pullback at one point. I mean, nothing's going to rip like this forever. Just not how it works. But see those curving stochastics? I love the stochastics RSI. Get to know how I trade the stochastics. I don't talk about it a lot. People say, oh, he's a pattern trader. I think a lot of people say he's a pattern trader. But then I'm bouncing off the 618, or I'll project the 618 before it happens, or I'll use supportive resistance, or I'll front run the fact that we're going to cross on the moving averages, or I'll use the stochastics RSI in conjunction with the RSI. So I don't know if I'm just a pattern trader. I use so many different ideas in conjunction with each other, the VRVP as well. The coolest thing about this is, look, you can go here to indicators. You can bring up oh man, this thing's going to moon. It's gone, right? Oof. I'm going to stay disciplined and not chase, but it's very hard not to chase right now. I want to chase so bad. I want to just ape. I wanted to ape in right there and just chuck it. The human in me wanted to chuck it. The logical trader told me to remain calm and relaxed. Very difficult to do in these stages, right? When all you want to do is see this puppy rip. 100%, you know? And they're pushing this Clarity Act hard right now, too. Wow, look at the pump to the upside. I don't know if they just said something bullish on the Clarity Act, but they were at 81.2, ripping to the upside. I don't see a reason to be in a short right now if the daily has bounced off the low key area. Like, why would you short when you cross the 200 touching the 21? Why give back any of this? Take your short off the table and take the long, you know? No reason to give back and round trip it, you know, it's just pointless, all right? Funny, everybody is live right now for the Clarity Act. Everyone and their mom is live right now. Like, everybody. It's so funny. I'm live for years on end, and now everyone's live at the same time. I just love it. And look, do we even need to see the Clarity Act? No, we need to pay attention to the charts, man. The 21 was getting close. We were consolidating with low stochastic. Dang, I knew I could jump in on this. And, you know, we'll do something funny. We'll send a super chat into the big stream, right? The 13,000 person stream. We'll send a super chat in there. And there I am representing, right? Say Bitcoin is the king, right? I think that's hilarious. So, hey, man, that's good publicity right there. Now I'm hanging at the top. It says Crypto Life in front of 13,000 people. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's a good ad right there. I see someone already said, haha, they see me in there. And it would be cool if like that actually plays on other people's streams that are using the stream. You know what I mean? Say ton to $10. You guys are amazing, man. You know, speaking of which, I do want to take a look at ton. Wow, there they go, Bill. There they go. Blasting this thing. The fact that I didn't ape in shows that I'm way more reserved than I was 3 years ago. I would have aped that so fast, but that could be shoulder, head, right shoulder. I still got to tell myself that 1 hour is just too far from that 21. It's not my payday. If I bought the 1 hour this far from the 21 100 times, I'd probably lose 80 of the trades. So This is hilarious. I can't believe these are the people that are, that affect our entire lives. Like these people. Like it's these people really. Like they affect our whole lives are these people. Elizabeth Warren, these senators. It's crazy, man. Some people really worked hard on where they're supposed to be, but very little. A lot of them were lobbied, right? Or they had someone from a certain organization make them, they took a bunch of money from a certain person, and now they owe, basically. It's just like the mafia, man. Once you take that money, they have a backroom meeting with you, and they say, these are the agendas that I want you to talk about, and this is where you're going to go. These are the meetings you're going to go to. You're going to fly to this country, and you're going to kiss a wall, right? It's weird, right? Like how many of our congressmen have had to kiss a wall? I find it weird, right? Bend the knee, baby. Bend the knee, man. And this is just facts. You can say whatever you want. Like I'm not, like these are just the facts. And no, I skip over nomenclature, but you know what I'm saying. I haven't even been trading this last few weeks, but I still tune into the Lifer every single day for the positive vibes and the entertainment. I love you, baby. Thank you so much. I made some watching your free live shows to make enough to be able to spend on joining the trading group. I have no history or algo on YouTube. You are godsend. Thank you, man. Dude, I've made some money watching your free live shows to make enough to be able to spend on joining the trading group. That's the key. Inflation's high. You still think pump. See, you guys are so caught up in inflation and ideas. Just pay attention to the charts. I'm showing you the 5 days above the 200. See, I used to get so caught up in the news and in all the economic data, just like you're talking about, that I would miss out on the pumps for Bitcoin. I am single-handedly showing you where the focus should be, even while they're trying to steal your focus immediately away. Look, your focus should be on this 5-day, 5-minute chart. The fact that it's near the 21, touching the 200, above the 200, with low stochastics curving. While everyone else is focused on the Clarity Act, which is great. They could be missing out on a beautiful trade. Even me, right? I could still rode this puppy to the upside. I like that. And we're hard. You know what I mean? Subscribe to the channel. Crypto whining. You guys are funny, man. And look, Crypto Lifer staying there at the top of that stream. One of the biggest streams, dude. 13,000 people watching that stream. Big deal when you think about it. Yeah. Wow, we're kind of hovering here. It's really kind of like, let's look at the 1 minute. 1 minute has been Sid's way. And look, the 1 minute made the flag too. I mean, that said it was going to break out. You consolidated, you had the curve of the 21. That curve up means you're going to probably could pump up a little bit more to 81.5. Let's take a look at the liquidity here on BOOKMAP. See what's happening. I mean, we got liquidity all the way up here to about, what, 82,005. Suggests that we are going to rise up to 82.5. That's the low-hanging fruit. That's where we're likely going to go. Crypto winning. You guys are funny, man. So funny. We got so many people on that stream. And that thing's going to go on all day, man, you know. Oh, yeah, what I wanted to show you, so you click an indicator, and it's cool because you'll be able to add the VRVP, and you can add that thing for free. You see what I'm saying? Visible profile, volume profile, visible range. And just when you have it here, click on it, and just add a 0 onto the settings. Right there, hit a 0. This, you have to pay for this indicator when you're on TradingView, but not so much here. You see? Dude, look at that. You closed above the 200, which is a catalyst for a move, and then 2 more candles ripping above it. And I just said we go to 81.5, and there we go. There we go. 81,470, 446. And Bitcoin is just plowing. I mean, just it's just like, look at this. It's basically inverted Bart Simpson head. We're way too far for the 21 at this point, but the more we push up above the 200, the more likely we can get a beautiful consolidation. 21 touches above the 200, I will safely get in there with a smooth I mean, it's a high probability push to the upside. And this thing just does not want to stop. It's crazy. Look at this. And I am getting some serious FOMO right now. I know this is where I can get wrecked chasing though. So congrats if you chased and you're in the money though. Good for you. Or you stayed inside the trade from beginning to end. Atom to the moon. I mean, that would be crazy, right? Someone wrote Atom to the moon. Like, someone really wants Atom on this CoinDesk stream. Remember, if you got in here and you sell there, or sell here, just remember you took profits. I took profits. I'm doing better than 95% of people that were in the market today. You repeat that to yourself over and over again. You say, thank you, dear Lord, for the win. And you don't say another thing. There's so many ways to beat yourself up in trading. I should have sold this. I could have done that. There's so many ways to find negative responses to your behavior in trading. Pointless. You don't want to be doing that. Find ways to be grateful. Find ways for gratitude. Find, like right now we got $49 in chat revenue. You people are amazing. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. Like, may God bless everyone that gave today on Super Chats. And shout out to people that are making their gain. Like this guy lost all his money, but he made it all back. I made money watching your free live shows, made enough to be able to spend on the trading group, have no history or algo. And that's why the trading group should continue to grow. We get free information every single day. We get free trades about 80% of the time that play out. This week has been amazing. Remember the trade on Monday morning, the $500 we made in 3 minutes? It's like people forget what we've done this week. We've already nailed so many trades this week. Moving the stop loss into position, taking profits. We made $2,000 this week and it wasn't even really trying, just stayed really low key and was amazed how it played out. Remember, don't get overexcited by these moves. Always, reiterate the fact that you're away from the 21-day moving average. We get in when we're near the 21 and the Stokes are curving. We get out when we're high in the stochastics. It's a nice move, but don't get caught up chasing this stuff. Now we're setting up for this 6-hour consolidation, 5 to 8 hour consolidation. This is what we're looking for. This is the move that we would like. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at all the super chats. Someone asked about OSMO. Let's take a look at OSMO, which has something to do with the Atom ecosystem, right? Look at NASDAQ continuing to rip. All-time high for the NASDAQ. I see it headed up to 30,602. Okay. Let's take a look at OSMO. Been a long time. I haven't looked at OSMO in a long time. Osmosis. Wow, it actually did do some damage. I think you're spot on. It went from 3 cents all the way back to 12. So it does a 4x. And it tells you DeFi is coming back strong. Like, people didn't forget about DeFi protocol. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of... And I think DeFi, despite the Clarity Act, I think DeFi is going to still produce. They're not going to care what the Clarity Act says. They're going to do whatever they want again. Like, you're going to be able to get your yield. You're going to be able to do whatever you want. They're just going to, you have to probably VPN it or something. You know what I mean? Some protocols are going to be completely clean, but others are going to continue to do what they've been doing. Giving way more competitive yield than the banking system. We'll see if they bend the knee there or what happens. I'll be honest, I think you're spot on here, and this looks like it's beginning a consolidative move to the upside. The thing about it, I like about it too, is it's a use case scenario here. People are going to use it, and then the use case is going to create movement in the market. So people are going to speculate on price, but then it's also going to have a use case. It's my favorite. And that's why having an understanding of crypto and DeFi will give you an edge. So OSMO looks good to me. I think you're spot on, and you're a lifer that's probably taken my strategies and placed them onto the chart. And we get that a lot. That's why I love the super chats here on the channel. You guys really feed the information to the lifers. And remember, this whole entire trading group's going to change once these altcoins start to try to get a move. Add alerts to the chart. If you don't know how to add alerts, let's add that to the trading class. Adding alerts. You could just make a PowerPoint how to add alerts, and then I'll just add the alerts during the class, and it'll be like, it'll work. Wow, are you kidding me? Bitcoin non-stop. It doesn't want to stop, folks. This is insane. At this point, and I tell you, this is where things get kind of weird. I take profits at high extensions. But you could go parabolic. This could be a parabolic move to the upside here out of the rising wedge. This is what I track live price action all the time, especially when price is getting crazy. You know, that's a 3-to-1 right there. Let me take a look. I may nibble. Oh, man. And I want to shut the stream down, but there's just no reason to right now. To me, the Clarity Act's going to benefit everybody because it moves money faster. The faster you can move money, the more you can get money in the hands of the poorer people, right? Of people with less. So, you know, when you have all this red tape, you have, you know, MoneyGram, and you have all, you know what I mean? Remittances. You know how much money they make off of poor people, man, sending money to third world countries? My wife used to send money to her mom with like Western Union, and to send $300. I think she used to spend like $10 or $20 or something crazy. And it's like, poor people have no money. They barely make anything. And you take $20 from them to send $300? I was like, meanwhile, the rich are moving, like, you know, they're doing wire transfers of 50 grand for 50, you know, for like, I don't know, $20, $30 wire fees. But what, you know what I mean? It's just like, I hate when I'm somewhere and they're like, do you take crypto? And they're like, no. And they're like, okay, send us the money. We'll, you know, it'll get there. Like when I bought the Lambo, like, send us the money on Friday. Oh, it didn't go through. Come back on Monday. Where'd the wire? It's like, I could have just sent the money right there in the shop. We could have looked at the confirmations. I could have sent a TRC 20. It would have happened in 10 seconds. They would have said, we got the money. And I could have drove. You know what I mean? It's just like, I'm so sick of the old banking system. Like, can we kind of move on, please? Like, I've been moving money around with crypto now for over about 10 years. Like, I get it. A lot of people are going to press the wrong thing and send it to the wrong exchange. And I get it. We got to fix that. We got to make it so it's almost impossible for a newbie to send money to the wrong address on the wrong chain. We got to make it so it's just seamless. You know, someone made something like that, like it kind of helps you to make sure you don't do the wrong thing. We need more of that. We need things that do it without people even realizing it. We want retail to move money through the blockchain without even knowing they're moving money through the blockchain. You see what I'm saying? That's the key. I'll be honest, this looks like it may plow up to 83,000. Even though it's unrealistic based on the 15-minute and the 1-hour time frame, this should turn into a head and shoulder pattern and dump. But for some reason, it's not. It's fighting the will of the bears here. And I don't mind. I'm still inside of that big monthly trade that's been going on since March 10th. I've been in this trade for 2 months. And actually, they pay me. The funding rate has been paying the longs. So I haven't had to pay any fees to keep this trade open. It's up 91% now. You see? And I've been paid $50 to keep the trade open. Because nobody is longing as long as no one's been longing since March 10th. So I'm in a pretty good position here. And I've been long on the monthly because the monthly looks bullish to me. So while everyone else is talking all this craziness, I've been just long on the monthly and then trading the daily, the 4-hour, and taking $2 grand, $3 grand, $4 grand, even $5 grand a day here for the last few weeks. And, you know, today was like a smaller win so far, but it could end up turning into a $2,000 a day. We'll see. Wow, that 5 minutes stuck at like 8. Dude, this tells me I could trade this right now. The 1 minute says it's ready to go. It's inside it. Look at this. So we could delete everything here. 5 minutes says it wants to rip. 1 minute's inside of an ascending triangle. I mean, that looks so bullish. Coffee's hitting me hard right now. Dang, man. This coffee was stronger than yesterday's coffee. I think it's worth it to take a shot here because it's just 82264. 81,206. Man, I got to go 2 for 6 on that. Oh man, it's jumping out. I got to go 2 for 6. I'll take $200 loss on that just to see if we can get this pump. Send it, baby. Send it. Send it. And I still know in the back of my mind, the big trade is when, you know, they should stop hunting me out on this, and I shouldn't win this trade. I shouldn't be chasing these smaller time frames. I'm going against my regular strategies, but it's like they're making it too enticing. Like, my probabilities say I have to take a shot at this and take a loss. Like, it just looks too likely. Be careful, folks. I really want to reiterate, this is where a lot of people get rocked. This is where a lot of people lose a lot of money because they can't use proper risk at the top. Their emotions get crazy now because they haven't gotten into, you know, they didn't get enough of the pump. So when you miss a pump, you tend to overtrade. Or you tend to get into a trade that's too big for you to handle because you're forcing it. See, look at me. I'm okay with an extra $600. You know? And there it goes, man. We're already up 40, $50. Let's see. The king of 3%. Look, I made 3%. Nobody makes 3% more than me, man. Nobody. Like, as a funny joke as that is, it's like you see it all the time, right? I don't know. A little bit of bearish divergence there. Eventually, this is going to stop. That may have been it right there. That may have been the end of the rally right there. Just pop. They hit the 81,005. And we hit 81,500. This is crazy. I've got too much crypto out in midair from when I was newbie. I sent 2,000 Bone MetaMask to Robinhood, to the Raw network. Robin didn't even have Bone. Oh, that's crazy. I took profits and it's still pumping. Time to walk away. That's what happens. Yeah, because you'll end up losing your profits trying to ape back in again. It's happened to me so many times. This is what I love about the show is we talk about the intricacies of trading. Like, this is what you never see. You know, people make videos, people make tutorials, but they never see the action behind the thought process in the trade. You know what I mean? Mixed in with your strategies, mixed in with how you're thinking and feeling. This show really encompasses what it's like to be in the trade, to go through all the human emotions of the trade, right? To know and still use probabilities because that's all we can do. To not be a genius, to not be a know-it-all, to stay humble, to stay open-minded. That's what this show teaches you. It teaches you never to say you know exactly where price is going, never to be a know-it-all. Don't talk ish on other people just because you're up one day. Hey, look at me, I'm better than you. It's like everybody's going to have their wins. Everyone's going to have their losses. The ups and downs come. Wow, they're really, really playing with this right here. They're really getting ready for either a big short squeeze or a long squeeze. They want to keep this. Look how tight it is on the 1 minute time frame. I'll be honest, when you get this tight, there's more likely you're going to pump because all day we should have dumped by now. Look how tight that price action is. I mean, I'm content that I got into this because if I didn't, I'd be like, man, that looks so likely going to pump. Just like a fire. Perfect time for the pump, right? This pumps, then you got to know that's the short on the 1 hour. It's come on now. What a beautiful Thursday, though. Who would have thought that Thursday could have cooked like it did? Actually, we kind of were looking for that. Remember, I was looking for Wednesday. I mean, the way I drew it out, I said Wednesday or Thursday, we should start to get the pump on the daily. If we consolidate, come back down to the bottom of the channel. I remember going over all this in my mind now, like the way I go over that daily time frame, right? There's my life sitting on a 1 minute candle, the tightness of the 1 minute. Look at that. So yeah, bear div now. It's the end of the rally. Nothing left. Wow, now that's like kind of a rising wedge. I expect to lose this trade. I don't expect to win it. This is like an add-on trade, so it's like, I think I moved my stop. That most I can lose now, a very small amount, right? Like $100, $98. I love that. I love my risk management, man. It's great. Keeps me in the game. I don't get sad. You know, my losses can be handled very simply. Proper risk management gives you a breath of fresh air. You know you're not going to do something stupid next week that's going to ruin all your day. You know, when you don't have proper risk management, you might just do one trade can ruin 30 days of trading. You can trade good for 30 days straight. You can have a great P&L, and then you can just ape in and think this is the one that's going to double the account, and then lose like everything you've made for a month, man. I've been through all that. It's so depressing to work your butt off, really, gain a positive P&L, work, and then just ruin it in one day of just being stupid, man. That's the sad thing about trading. You're a good trader until you're not. That's why I never like saying, look at me, I'm a profitable trader, because one day could be the day where you just get so full of yourself. So I just say, hey, I'm taking it one day at a time, one blessing at a time, one moment at a time, right? There's the bear div. This should start to collapse on the 1 hour. This should be the end of the rally. It really, I'm done chasing now, everyone. I believe we can put the price away. You can leave this alone now for most of the day. And if you sit here and stare at price now for the rest of the day, the bigger move comes now. The biggest move comes now when the 1 hour resets. Yeah, you could do super high risk trades in the smaller time frames, but the least risky, most rewarding trade is going to come when this 1 hour comes back to the 21. You could literally walk away for the next 6 to 8 hours. Come back to me and we'll be together tonight on our weekly screen share, and we may actually end up getting into a trade tonight. It is setting up for one of those Thursdays that could produce a beautiful win. So we chased with good risk management there. It even still suggests that we go higher. 82.6 is lingering. And, maybe we want more pump. But whatever happens, to me, that's the extension of the bigger move. Here was the whole move. So remember, I want to put things into perspective for everyone watching. You get in here. If you sold here, here, or here, you're great. If it goes up a little more and you miss that, so what? This was the move. You just want to make sure you got the majority of that move. If you did, pat yourself on the back, you did great. If you're FOMOing for this last pump and you basically lose a bunch of money here based off, you know what I mean? It's you got to put it into perspective. And again, they're playing with this price action. They may eventually pump this puppy. Like, it's looking weird. Look, they keep kind of channeling me. They kind of get it. Like, it's be okay with it. The greed will make you, I have to get in every pump that happens here. Be honest, man. Every time they're making this look, you got to be open-minded that anything could happen. That's the problem that a lot of people can't do. They can't be open-minded that anything could happen. They have to know what's going to happen. They have to be, we don't know what's going to happen. Sad to say. I may miss this pump up. The 1 hour tells me I won't. The 1 hour tells me I can walk away, but the 1 minute, man, this thing is looking crazy. I've been here like hundreds of times at this exact moment too, about 11:30, 12 o'clock after the pump. This should make a right shoulder and dump on us. I'm not taking the long. I'm going to trust the 15 and the 1 hour are going to reset, and I'm going to move on. What a beautiful move today. Everyone that took advantage of this pump to the upside, congratulations if you jumped on in with the lifer. Shout out to everyone here. Let's take a look at the super chat. Sam, do you see TRB? Thanks for all you do. Let's take a look at the super chats and finish them off. We got a super chat. Life focused like he's on the blackjack tables. You're locked in, bro. Good stuff, man. Shout out to my man Crypto Face. God bless you, bro. Thank you. I had so much fun, man, playing blackjack with you, bro. And I would have liked to have hung out the second night. It just got crazy with how many people I invited to that dinner. The dinner was crazy, though. You would have liked it. I appreciate you actually bowing out, because it was like I was juggling so many people, and I'm not good at that. Homie, too logged in to even see this. Shout out to my man Crypto Face. We love you, man. Thank you so much for always supporting the channel and being here. So awesome, man. I used to watch Crypto Face. I was a nobody. He didn't even know me. Next thing you know, I became one of the crypto YouTubers with 100,000 subs, and he brought me into the fold. And it just it's a cool feeling, man, when the people you looked up to, the people you watch, start hanging out, having lunch with you. You start playing blackjack with them, and it's like, man, all right. He said, look, someone asked for targets on Solana. Let's take a look at Solana. I mean, it went to 94. You know, what you want to do for Solana is you want to take a look at the daily time frame. All right. The daily came to previous resistance as support, and it's bouncing just like Bitcoin. And I'm being honest, like, I like this area here for a long for Sol. I believe you could jump into a long right now with a stop below 88, and there's a high likelihood you could take profits when we come in to meet that 200. Now, we may do a bigger consolidation like this. Either way, I like this bottoming area, and to me, Sol's headed up to 107. You're going to use this as high or low, comes back for support, bounces at 89. I believe this is a great buy right now. You're chasing a little bit. You could wait for the retracement like Bitcoin, but I believe this is a good buy right now. Wow, back to 450. Dude, every time I count this thing out, they look like they're going to pump it again. That's why it's good to just, you know, these, you just staying along on the 4 hour of the daily too, and you don't care. I've made more money just sticking to that daily. And dude, look at that monthly trade I've been in for a month now. Up 91%. It's crazy. And I've been getting paid. Look, I got paid $50. Look at the funding fee. Look at the funding fee. You hover on it. Look, $51. Well, let me bring it down a little bit. But look at the funding fee right here. Trading fee was $183. The funding fee, they paid me $50 to keep the trade open. Nobody's long, nobody's long right now. And I'm telling you right now, when the funding fee gets negative, where the shorts are paying the longs, notoriously, when that gets to a high rate, like the highest we've seen it, notoriously, that basically begins the beginning of the short squeeze, man. Think about it. You have to get extended on the short side to rip back the other way. So that tells me something is brewing here for Bitcoin. And I've been long on the monthly now since March 10th, man. While everyone else is saying this and that, running their mouth, sell this bear market rally, they're telling you. I called the bottom. I've stuck to it. I haven't changed my song. I haven't changed my scenario. I've been doing what I do. Dude, that looks bullish to me. Makes me want to chase yet again, man. But I keep chasing. I keep getting, a little bit of fees here and a loss. It eats you alive. But I feel like I'm going to miss this pump. Man, they got me going now. They got me for sure. I've been here before, though, and I've walked away, and I've been right. I've walked away, and I've seen, they just gave it a little bit of a move. That's why I hate that I can't walk that much right now. I like to go for a walk today. Personally, I love walking. My favorite thing to do. Puts my mind in perspective, helps me get rid of my yayas. I love going for a nice walk. See, that's kind of a head and shoulder now. You see it? Shoulder, head, right shoulder there. Shoulder, head, right shoulder. That the 15-minute got to come back to that 200 moving average. We're just too far away. We're too far away. This would be so ideal. 21 creeps up to price. We either make a bull flag or a sideways nice flag here, and we get to pump more. Target takes us to 83,800 for BTC. Okay. I think it's the L-theanine that I took today. It get me so focused. So focused. Let me finish the super chats. I'm so focused, but I'm missing super chats, right? We did look at ANDV. We did look at Solana. All right. Someone wants me to look at HBAR. Shout out to Crypto Phase. You're locked in, man. You do so good with options and stuff too, man. I want to do more. You push me to become a better trader every day. So someone wants me to go over TRB and HBAR, right? I just want to make sure we're not missing any of your beautiful super chats, everybody. Let's take a look at TRB. And shout out to all the beautiful people here on the stream. Let's get the likes up to the watchers, up to 500 likes. Thank you so much. That's amazing. I see 500 likes on the board without having to really have to ask for it. You people are awesome. Thank you so much. We're just going to produce, you know, content that you guys like and that you guys benefit from, guys and girls. Dude, every time I think of getting out, I mean, they make it look like it's going to pump again in this 5-minute time frame. My gosh, what are they doing to me? Like, what the heck are they doing to us right now? They're trolling me, man, on the small time frames. I take this signal 90% of the time, and it's like, how could I not take this now? It's like, if I come back in an hour, we're at 82.5, it's like, I could see it. Tell you, this is this is where my strategy is vulnerable. I said it before, I'll say it again. They'll get a bunch of people to long this and wreck them now. Or they could flatten the shorts one more time before they bring it down. Damn, man, they just hit 81.5. Like, dang. Again. The high point of today there, of the high, was 81.572. They are messing with me here. Bad news. I'm navigating it well, though. I'm proud of myself for just kind of staying calm. Two scenarios. I miss the big pump because I don't have the guts to go in. I go in and I get stopped out again. Or I miss the pump, but then I know I can always get back in on my 15 minute. Someone asked for Ada Cardano. We have another super chat that just came in. Thank you so much. Record Connect 6150. So TRB Record Connect. Shout out to Crypto Face with the $50 super chat. That's very nice of you. Oh man, that thing's, now I feel like I gotta get in again. Like, man, this is annoying. I have a strategy that I know plays out more than it doesn't, and they're flashing it in my face. $82,435. 81,271. Shout out to the 1,000 people here on the live. Let's go. $115 in chat revenue. You people are amazing. Thank you so much. That's a couple of ribeyes for dinner. I appreciate that. Paid for dinner. That's awesome. You didn't have to give, but you did. You people are so nice. I still got to look at TRB and HBAR. Let's take a look at TRB. So it pumped from 18 all the way up to 19, and you're like, oh my gosh, Bitcoin. 550. It's got a bear div now as it moves down on the RSI, up in price action, like one more pump, and that's what they're going to wreck everybody, right? That's going to be the short entry. I feel like that's about to send, though. How are they not going to send that to 81, at least 80, 82.1? Not getting in right now is very tough for me. I'm getting like pushed and pulled mentally there. I mean, TRB hugging that daily, you know, it's tight. I mean, that looks like it could start its bigger move for sure. A lot of altcoins had the initial pump. Now they're kind of getting, you know, they're getting up and down price action. They're consolidating. Hey, you have a bigger resistance right there that you bounce from when you came to. It does look bullish to me. You know, and that's a good entry right there with the Bitcoin bottoming. And you can put a stop loss below the wick or below this previous support as resistance right there. You still get a 3-to-1 risk-reward ratio. That looks good to me. I'd map that out. I'd keep that on the radar. I'm going to add that to my alerts. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here for TRB, for sure. And then someone asked about HBAR and Cardano. Let's take a look at HBAR on MEXC. You know, HBAR is in this beautiful Adam and Eve, and it looks like it's going to pump. It does look like big, you know, I have to be honest, like there's a chance this is the beginning of the bull run. I know people are like, but I'm just, you know, you're starting at these higher lows, 1, 2, 3 higher lows in a row. Support or resistance is being challenged. You know, you're breaking out of flags here to the upside. If I were to get into do HBAR, I'd look for the 1 hour to make a flag. It's looking good on the bigger time frames, the daily and the 4 hour. So now you need to find your entry. When the daily and the 4 hour look good, use the 1 hour to enter. Very simple stuff, right? 21 comes into play. That's when I would be looking to get in. Let's take a look at Cardano. I still own Cardano long term here. Had a nice run up there from 24 all the way up to 28. Midnight had a big presence too at Consensus. They basically took over. There was like a giant Midnight, you know, booth in the middle. It was huge. It was huge. And you look at ADA, and to me, all these altcoins are looking similar to Bitcoin. Like they took the pump, and now it's looking like altcoins can be the play right now. Solana, HBAR. Like, yeah, you don't enter. The bottom was great last night, technically, but, you know, you're buying the breakout. But as long as you keep the stop loss below that 21, below this previous support as resistance, I see Cardano ripping up to 31 cents. And I do own Cardano, but it looks bullish to me. I'm not chasing this right now. The 15-minute and the daily are telling me not to take that trade, even though it looks good to me. And even look, BOOKMAP is suggesting we're going up to 83,000, 82,650. So again, I've given you everything I could. You do whatever makes you happy. You could attempt to go at this scalp, but just know that, you know, you could get stopped out or you may not go perfectly. Know that you're extended on the bigger time frames, and that's going to take some time. If you want to trade where we trade, we've been live trading here on Weeks. Okay, that's where we've been, you know, you can see my stop losses have been hit perfectly. Nothing went through. I'm not like, oh, what happened to my position? It's like, it's seamless. And I've been doing this for thousands of days on Weeks without an issue. And I trade Weeks every single day, basically, on this channel. So shout out to the team at Weeks. Shout out to everyone out there. Shout out to Annie. Shout out to the whole team. We appreciate you all. We thank you guys. So 82,435. Yeah. And is the Clarity Act still going on right now? What are they doing over here? Yeah, they're still running up. She's still running him out. Look, what is she saying? Hold on, I just want to see what she's saying. It's our favorite person, Pocahontas. You know what I mean? So funny that she earned that name. So blustery. She earned that name so well, right?
Haggerty's on.
Oh, I didn't get it here.
Hi.
Mrs. Britt? Hi. Mr. Ricketts? Hi. Mr. Banks?
I just want to see what she said. I want to hear what she said there at the end of it all.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
The amendment as modified is agreed to. We now call up Lummis number 123. Senator Lummis, you are now recognized. Microphone. Thank you, ma'am.
Asking for a voice vote on 123. Mr. Chairman, Amendment 123 makes bipartisan changes with respect to activities that are permissible for banks and credit unions to engage in digital asset activities. These changes include clarifying the trading activities that banks can do and extending applicability to insured credit unions. I urge adoption and yield back.
Senator Warren is recognized for rebuttal.
This amendment makes some modest improvements to Section 401, the part of the bill that drastically expands the crypto-related activities that taxpayer-insured banks are permitted to engage in. Wow. But this one falls far short. Under this amendment, banks would be able to transact in decentralized finance, lend against crypto as collateral, own crypto directly, trade crypto derivatives,
100%.
and more. What could possibly go wrong? Why are Republicans trying
Doesn't she realize there's fractional reserve lending already, and they're based on assets that aren't even as strong as Bitcoin? Is she just like not understanding math?
to divert
People are like, they run our country and they don't even have a brain, man. It's crazy. Like,
and mortgage lending? This just makes no sense. If
it makes no sense to use Bitcoin, a better asset than the dollar. The dollar they're printing, which is losing value since 1903, 97% of its purchasing power. Bitcoin has gained so much purchasing power since it came out. And she thinks putting anything, because at the end of the day, when you do crypto, it's connected back to Bitcoin, a superior asset than the dollar.
the bill passes, even with this amendment, the next crypto crash could bring down the banks as well and bring down the entire economy. Let's strike this section instead of
She has no idea what she's talking
along
about.
the edges and pretend that that fixes this problem. I urge my colleagues to vote no on Loomis 123.
Wow. Hater. Hater.
Clerk, call the roll. Yes.
But only 6 vote no, 18 say yes, so no. Yes. She's shut down.
Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Tillis?
Aye. Lock her up.
Mr. Kennedy?
Somebody wrote, lock her up.
Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis?
Aye.
Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Moreno? Aye. Mr. McCormick?
Regulatory parity threatens to swallow the entire rule. I urge my colleagues to oppose it. Parity
What did she say again?
requires
The person that doesn't understand that,
section.
yeah, and there's Bitcoin crashing back down. Thank God we did not chase that 81.5. You gotta, I'm very, very, that was difficult for me, but you gotta remember that we took most of the move, so you don't gotta chase the tip.
Changes an or, strikes an or, and adds an and to Section 505 to ensure that the SEC properly carries out a rulemaking for the protection of investors and the benefit of our financial markets. I thank my Democrat colleagues for bringing this amendment to my attention, and I urge everyone to support it.
Senator Warren for rebuttal.
Look, the problem of tokenization is one of the biggest problems with this bill. And the fix that this amendment proposes in Section 505 gives the idea of a fig leaf a bad name. It is so inadequate. This amendment, through a minor improvement on that section, does not do nearly enough to protect our system from the harm of this bill. As I have said before, the bill creates a system of easy regulation for crypto and easy ways out of securities regulation to this new easy street for crypto. And then, to stop the inevitable flow of capital from our traditional markets into crypto that this incentive system will cause, Section 505 ostensibly imposes a requirement of regulatory parity between securities and tokenized securities.
She's just reading what some lawyer
It would be
wrote her.
one thing
Isn't that
if the
crazy?
bill
She
left
doesn't even know what
that,
she's talking about.
But it goes on to weaken that already
So
immediate
insane,
fix
like-
by providing that the SEC actually can treat securities like assets differently in light of the unique technological characteristics of crypto or consistent with the public interest and protecting investors. While the amendment would instead require the SEC to base its exceptions on the unique characteristics of crypto and whether or not it is in the interest of the public and investors, it does nothing to change the fact that this exception to the requirement of regulatory parity threatens to swallow the entire rule. I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Clerk will call the roll. Yes.
Mr. Crapo?
And everyone forgot that we made that trade on
Mr. Rounds?
Pionex,
Mr. Tillis?
and it played out beautifully.
Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Isn't that crazy? Like,
Aye.
remember we made this trade live in front of you guys? It played out beautifully.
Mr. Ricketts?
And we just took a $1,500 account to 1684,
Mr.
right? Or
Kramer?
no, $1,400 account to 1684. I mean,
Moreno?
284 on the trade.
Mr. McCormick?
Honestly, the 1 minute still looks like it
Warren?
could push. Like,
Mr. Reed?
no.
Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen?
I think that this looks more and more likely that they're going to pass this Clarity Act.
Ms.
And
Smith? Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim?
you don't even have to be there; just proxy it.
Mr. Geigo?
You know.
Ms. Blunt-Rochester? No. Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
Ms. Brooks and Ms.
Vote is
Alsobrooks.
18 in favor and 11 opposed, or 6 opposed.
The amendment is agreed to. We now go to Lummis 125. Senator Lummis, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption of amendment number 125. This amendment adds a bipartisan provision to address insider trading for ancillary assets. And I want to thank my colleagues on this committee for the work we all did together to come to an agreement on this amendment. I'm proud of all of us, and I urge support.
Senator Warren for rebuttal.
Well, at face value, this amendment applies existing security laws prohibiting insider trading to crypto assets, and that's a goal I would wholeheartedly support if it were even close to enough to address the issue. But this amendment attempts to use a wine cork to plug a school bus-sized hole that is created in our securities laws by this bill. Look, at its core, the bill provides easier rules for crypto and easy ways for them to escape securities regulation and get to this more lax regulatory environment.
But that's because you can't.
Issuers of securities only have to put securities on the blockchain and then self-certify that securities laws don't apply, and they have to, the rules start to fall away. So while the amendment calls for ancillary assets to be covered by insider trading prohibitions, it does absolutely nothing to address the fact that the bill has created so many routes for instruments that share all the features of securities not to be considered ancillary assets at all, and therefore to be totally exempt from the securities laws, including the ones addressed by this amendment.
They're not securities, man.
While I support stamping
Like,
out
they're not
insider
securities.
trading
Look at the
in all
daily
its
candle.
forms,
Huge.
this fix is far from
And
adequate
still
to address
pumping,
the
like,
issue.
hasn't
And
stopped.
it gives the public a false sense of security that somehow they're going to be safe.
There they go,
from
man.
insider trading in crypto, because they will not be safe. The insiders are going to run the game. So I urge
They
my
already run the
colleagues
game. They run the world, man. They run your
Clerk will
world.
call the roll.
They pay you off every day. Like, it's how it's run, man. The elite run the
Yes.
world, man. Figure it out. Like, get
Crapo?
yourself there or be stomped by them. Like,
Rounds?
I figured stop complaining and become part of the elite, or just, you know what I mean? Or sit there and whine about it. Like,
Haggerty?
Haggerty's aye.
Ms. Lummis?
Aye.
Mrs. Britt?
Aye.
Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer? Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick? Ms. Warren?
No.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen?
No.
Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Smith? Mr. Warnock?
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Gallego? Ms. Blunt-Rochester? Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
nice.
The amendment is agreed to. I now call up Lummis 126.
Excellent,
Senator Lummis,
excellent,
you are now
excellent.
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move amendment number 126 and encourage its adoption.
They
The
really
purpose
want to
is
suck people
provide
into this
investor and
long.
Consumer protection enforcement. This is bipartisan to provide for a system of regulation of the offer and sale of digital commodities by the SEC and CFTC. And I encourage and I thank again my colleagues for working on this on a bipartisan basis and urge its adoption.
Ranking Member Warren is recognized for rebuttal.
It's Warren versus
I think we
Lummis.
should call this one Fig Leaf number 9. This amendment claims to restore state-level
She's doing that old person
consumer
thing.
and investor protections and the ability of harmed investors to sue, but it is so riddled with exceptions and caveats and loopholes that it's pretty much meaningless.
She does her hair like
Now,
I
to be
do.
clear, one of the bill's most serious, fatal flaws is that it guts state enforcement authority, a point that Senator Cortez Masto has made over and over. And I offered an amendment that comprehensively protected all those authorities, but that amendment was blocked by the chair. I offered it because for decades,
Blah.
state securities regulators have acted as frontline cops on the beat in all 50 states, rooting out fraud and scams in markets, particularly in those that affect individuals or small dollar amounts that may not get priority from federal law enforcement.
Sorry about breach there.
On top of federal watchdogs like the SEC, to make sure that every individual who is harmed has a chance of being made whole and that the wrongdoers are held accountable. As the crypto industry has grown, so have the scams. As Donald Trump's federal regulators abdicate any responsibility for holding crypto criminals accountable, these state-level cops are the law-abiding American people's only line of defense. This bill already guts the SEC's ability to protect investors from the worst instances of fraud, insider trading, and market manipulation. But it also tramples on states' rights, blocking state authorities from enforcing many of their own laws, including those that fight fraud and illegal conduct in these markets. Eliminating these protections and remedies that consumers have already under state law will leave crypto holding consumers sitting ducks for fraud and far worse off than they would be without any crypto market structure bill at all. If this amendment actually did something, I would support it. But it actually does nothing, only fool people to pretend it's doing something. I urge a no vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
She's hating.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Tillis?
Yeah, I love how they all just eye
Kennedy?
it, like right in front of her, like, eh.
Mr. Haggerty?
I forgot that we won this trade on Bitonex. I just, another 270 on the trade, like.
Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Banks? Mr. Kramer?
Yeah, because we took it.
Mr. Moreno? Mr. McCormick?
Yeah, we took it here and it sold right there. Yeah, so we took that trade and nailed it.
Mr. Warner?
There was a trade right there and we hit it. Would even went up more.
Mr. Van Hollen? Ms. Cortez Masto?
I think every time we get more eyes and it looks like it's going to pass, it gets bullish,
Mr. Warnock?
right? And people get,
Mr. Kim? Mr.
maybe it goes
Gallego?
sideways for hours now.
Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 18 in favor and 6 opposed.
The amendment is agreed to. There
It's
are no
18 and
further
6 every
amendments.
time, man.
Mr. Chair?
So
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would like to actually offer Reed Smith 95. I know that this amendment has
I want
been
this to
ruled
dump to the
out of
200 so
order.
bad. I don't want to take this trade. I want this to dump
There
down.
are no further amendments.
Reset.
The question is now on ordering the bill H.R. 3633, the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act of 2025, reported as amended. The clerk will call the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
The clerk will call the
The
roll.
chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo? Aye. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Tillis? Aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Haggerty?
Aye.
Ms. Lummis? Aye. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Mr. Banks? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Moreno? Aye. Mr. McCormick?
Aye.
I like this aerodrome.
No.
Biggest winner from the act.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Warner?
Haters.
Mr. Van Hollen?
Haters.
Ms. Cortez Masto?
Dems.
Ms. Smith? No. Mr. Warnock?
No by proxy.
Mr. Kim?
Didn't even
Mr.
show
Gallego?
up. Proxy means you mailed it in,
Blunt Rochester?
right?
Ms. Alsobrooks?
Aye.
The vote is 15 in favor and 9 opposed.
The ayes have it. H.R. 3633 is hereby ordered reported as amended to the full Senate. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make technical and conforming changes and that the cordon rule be waived. Any objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Is there any member who would like to give a statement?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Senator Moreno?
First of all, I want to thank all my colleagues for their hard work on this. I think there's still some work to be done. Section 301 specifically, I think we need to work on to make that even better. But specifically, I just want to call out my 2 staffers, Sophia and Lindsay, for the hard work that they put in. And I'm sure all of you have Sophia's and Lindsay, that I think we need to give them a unanimous round of applause for their hard work.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Senator Also Brooks.
I'd like to say a few words on the bill. The digital revolution is upon us, and it has presented a clear opportunity to support small businesses, generate wealth, and I believe spur innovation. And the truth is, this digital revolution is happening with us or without us. Whether or not we regulate it to create the rules of the road or not, it is here. I have a 20-year-old daughter, and she and her peers have made it abundantly clear to me that they are interested in this innovation, that they believe that the digital
My name is Sam
revolution
Brooks. She is
important, and
Mrs.
they
Also
want not
Brooks.
only to be able to participate in it safely, but they want what every American wants, true and grown.
Thank you. Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your leadership on this and everyone who took so much time and energy to help get this where it is today, in particular Senator Lummis. You have put heart and soul into this, countless
did.
hours.
She
because
flew
you wanna
around the
make sure that
country,
we
tired.
live
She
here
told,
on our
spoke at
shores.
every
You wanna make
stage
sure
she
that
could.
Each and every
She
person
grinded,
has the
man.
opportunity
She
that
really
they wouldn't
did.
Otherwise, and it has been an honor to
I saw her
work
at
with you on this
Consensus,
and
Bitcoin
to watch
Vegas,
you lead.
everywhere, man.
In particular as well, Senator Tillis and Senator Also Brooks, thank you for your tireless advocacy to make sure that we got this right. I do hope that this committee continues to look at ways that we can provide relief for community banks. There are a number of places where we have seen overburdensome regulations, things that were not intended to apply to a certain group, and we know that they're the lifeblood of our main streets and our small towns. And so I hope that we continue to look at that and look for ways to work together, even on this piece of legislation. In particular, Senator Cruz and I have a piece of legislation, the Community Bank Relief Act. We know when the Durbin Amendment was passed in 2010 that it ultimately, there were about 7,500 community banks that were exempt during that time, and now today there are at least or fewer than 4,500. So I think there are several entities there that were never intended to be burdened by that regulation, and I think we should fix it. That's one example of things that we can do to make sure that we're looking at the entire ecosystem, and I hope as we move forward that we'll be committed to doing just that. But thank you for your work, and look forward to seeing this through.
Senator Tillis and then Senator Blunt Rochester.
Very, very briefly, I just wanted to associate myself with the comments made by Senator Gallego earlier about the work that we have to do. And with respect to what Senator Also Brooks just discussed, we're going to keep the same spirit of negotiations going that we have up to this point.
Finally, the dump.
I want to thank Senator Lummis because
We needed this
he and
dump.
the staff who
There we go.
deserves a long
Thank you.
weekend.
Oof.
They all do, but especially
Because now everything makes
Chris.
sense. Now I can wait for the 15-minute to
They,
reset.
thank them for their hard
I don't think we
work,
have to
but
look at the
also
chart. We
talk
can
to
stay
the
off the charts almost all
stakeholders
day. I
out
mean, unless you want to
there,
short back to the
people that
21,
I'm
which to me is the
aware of
is the money,
disagreement
right?
with some of the banking community, but I've been with them before. I'm going to be with them again, and I'm willing to listen to ways that we can make this bill better as it moves forward. But we really must move forward. So to the stakeholders who are satisfied with the bill, great. To the ones who want more work, you have my commitment to continue to treat you in the same professional manner that I've requested of my staff all along the way. And Mr.
Nice.
Chair, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your leadership in getting this mark done.
Senator Blunt Rochester.
Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and
Blunt
to all of the members
Rochester.
of the committee, and to all of our staff.
Like the
who have
American
spent
flag.
countless hours, even through holidays, to work on this. That is because it is so consequential to our country and our economy. And because it's so consequential, it is important to get it right. For my state of Delaware, we have more crypto ATMs per capita than any other state. We've
Yeah,
had
because
the
you have those good
AARP
laws,
come
those
in.
good.
While they support the provision that was in it, they haven't put out a statement that they support the whole bill, because there are still concerns. My community banks, I am concerned still. Insider trading was one of the things that, for me, people could understand. And in this environment, there is a lot of concern. And so what I hope, and while I'm, again, grateful
She gonna
to the group
cry?
that has worked very hard and
She about to
tirelessly,
cry?
after the Genius Act, for me, I can't take a handshake. I want the work to happen in committee. And a part that was really missing were hearings.
You know, the meeting is over.
There
This
were a
is
lot
just
of
like
members of
talk
this
that like
committee
no
who
one
said to me,
cares. You know what I mean? This is just them
is.
doing something for their constituents. It's like,
If we
I
don't
said what I had to
understand it,
say.
How can we legislate?
Right.
And so as we move forward, I appreciate the good faith efforts. And I think we still have work to do. And I look forward to working with all of my colleagues, but particularly on behalf of the American people, because this is too big for us to fail. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Lummis?
Did she cry yet? Is she going to cry?
I just want to add my thanks, Mr. Chairman, to you.
Not to Mrs.
everyone on
Warren.
our
She just
side
shut
of
down
the
everything
aisle
I
who's
said.
worked
Like, it's so
hard,
funny, the hate
those
there.
of
Like,
you on the other side that have worked so hard, and to a lot of the people that have informed the decision-making that's involved in this bill. Particular thanks to the folks from Treasury and Patrick Witt from the White House. Honestly, without their involvement, I don't think we could have gotten as much done. The agencies went from offering technical assistance to really rolling up their sleeves and helping with this bill. And our staffs, particularly Chris Land, my staffer, I can't say enough about your dedication to this. As I've said to Chris many times, we're the dogs that caught the tire. And it kept spinning and our heads kept beating against the pavement, but we can't let go because we caught the tire. And we're not going to let go of the tire until people on both sides of the aisle are satisfied that this is a product we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Let me just finally say,
wow, back to
this
400 now. Like,
has been
this
one
is
of the most
this is crazy.
informative and challenging processes I've been through as a
This is
United
one of them
States
days,
Senator.
man.
I will also say that it has been one of the most transparent times and processes I've seen with
Last thing I
want to
show is this nonsense.
And industry all in the same room at the same time for hours upon hours upon hours. Any suggestion that somehow this was done without a process that was available to all members, undeniably, factually, patently false. I will say that the members Gallego, also Brooks, Warner, CCM, Catherine, as well as Britt, Rounds, Lummis, Tillis, and Moreno, the number of hours
This is crazy.
that you all spent talking to each other and getting to know each other better is unbelievable. How Gallego and Moreno continue to talk is a shock to me, but truly all things are possible. Colombians.
Dude, like, it's almost like this was the flag here.
I also want to.
They're breaking this. This thing's gone, man. They're like,
Senator Gallego.
like the Clarity Act looks like it is going to get passed now, and this is just wow, dude. 650 now. I just.
And I will say that without Patrick in the White House,
I tell you, this is the weak point. You know, a lot of people just shorted this because they figured they caught the short, right? I mean, the 21 and the 200 were far, but like,
bipartisan fashion.
my goodness.
Ryan.
I tell you, sometimes even I don't have the answers, and this is what I do every single day. All I know is how not to get hurt, right?
Working together with our staff, it would not have been possible to find ourselves.
Dang, man, 81.8.
Thank all staff, but particularly Jamie and my staff for their profound impact on this process.
It's the daily candle, it just won't stop. Like, it doesn't care about the smaller time. They're going to extend the smaller time frames at this point. 82,000. I mean, Jesus. Jeez Louise, sorry, I don't want to use the Lord's name. This is crazy. And look, they're building more liquidity up to 83,000. You can see the more they want higher, man.
For real. But literally, this process has been one that has been, I think, quite educational, and I hope that
these people just want to hear themselves talk. Like, it's over, man. No one has to say a thing. Like, it's done. These are just like closing comments to make themselves feel good. Pat yourself on the back.
Once again, thank you for your dedication through some challenging times. You kept kept working. And may the Lord bless your family with the challenges. And CCM, I've gotten to know you a lot better. Appreciate you. I know we don't always get to the final point, but we're going to get there at some point. And thank you for your hard work and staying the course, no matter how you vote on the floor. With that, meeting adjourned.
Being respectful and buttering up the other side. Wow. And so as it adjourned, we got the pump that I was, kind of wary of. And then what they did is they rushed anyone who took this flag, because they know the algorithms and, even AI is going to take a flag. They're going to rush the flag. They're going to stop hunt that. Then they're going to put it up. Then they're going to stop hunt the shorts. Perfect time to keep people in indecision. I'm still going to stay wary. I'm going to walk away for an hour, let the market do its thing. I think that's a smart move, and then we'll go from there. For the extended live stream, I just had to, the price action kind of called for it. I didn't want to leave, but it looks like I had to stay. And so that's kind of what I did, right? Regardless. We got a nice little move there. Things kind of stayed in conjunction with the pump, but, and I stayed here. I didn't just put the screen up and walk away. I stayed here with each and every one of you guys the whole time, right? I don't mail in my live streams. It's no reason to be doing that. So, yeah. Yeah, so honestly, and to be honest, this looks like it looks bullish, folks, right? And nothing's really slowing down these small time frames until I get a head and shoulder, a double top, some type of pattern. We could assume that this may continue to run. The bigger time frames look good. I'm still in that monthly call. And we're still whipping. So, yeah. I love what we're doing here. We've been ripping and just doing damage. Dude, it looks like it's going to continue now. I can't chase. Oh, man. They made it difficult, though. My system would not have, I would not have gotten in on that. It was too much of a dolphin dip. So, yeah. Anyway, we were long last night. I told you I stayed in a long, even though it didn't look amazing. I stuck to the long, and if you did what I did in the trading group, you would have woken up in the gains today. So it is what it is. It is what it is, baby. We did it. Let me bring that level down. Dude, I don't know. We're about to go to 82K now. We're about to go to 82K. Wow. Wow. Is the monthly trade about to breach 3,000? It's up 95%. I love that. 95% gains, man. You got to love it. And I just stuck. I didn't watch any YouTubers. I stayed to my own TA and just stayed in the zone, regardless of what was going on, right? So... yeah, they're sending this thing, man. They're sending this thing. Wow. I mean, it's not going to stop until it decides to stop. I mean, this is crazy. I'll be honest, the bigger time frames are way too extended now. I mean, you're just too far from the 21. What I love about this is it says that when you do reconnect to the 21, you're going to likely do it above the 200. So I can just walk away and eventually know that when this structure forms, it's going to likely form my way and continue. We also gave you a bunch of different ideas. Like it looks like Cardano's about to follow Solana. I believe that's a trade right there. Even though you're buying a big green candle, I don't see us going lower than that tweezer bottom. Maybe a little bit of drawn down there, but that says more is coming. And then we stick to that 1 minute and that 5, and it just looks like we're going to continue to pump. It really does. So, yeah. Wow. Insanity. Absolute insanity. Hold on 1 second. I lost my live window. I got to bring it back. And then you got JD Vance in Bangor, Maine right now. Right? I don't think he's going to say much about the Clarity Act, but he may touch on it, right, as it just came out, but we'll see. Oh, one thing, Sean, can you tell Jamie, if you're listening, I'll tell Jamie, I don't see the Yeah, I don't see the post going to X. I could be wrong. I double-checked X. I didn't see the post. I thought we had set up the linking mechanism there, paid the $30 a month for that. So just wanted to know what was happening, when that was going to happen, if we were going to get it. Just want to stay on top of things so that we continue to move forward. So, honestly, this could continue. And unlikely to me, though. I don't like jumping in when we're this far from the 21 on the 1 hour. But hey, you never know. Maybe it rips up one more time to 83 to 85, and then the bigger dump comes. The more you pump, the worse the dump will be. That's just the facts, right? But look at that. Daily bullish engulfer. We caught the bottom. We pumped the entire stream. It's been awesome. I was in a long as the stream began, and I took profits and then scalped twice. Didn't miss one scalp. So, and then didn't get dragged back in again, which I could have. Anyway, I should take a break. It's been 3 hours of live streaming. Shout out to everyone kicking it with me. Thank you so much for being here with the Lifer. May God bless each and every one of you. This may continue. I'm going to keep on this and watch it as the story unfolds here. So stick with me, stick with the Lifer, and yeah. I got a trading group at cryptolifer.com. You can jump on in if you want to continue with this TA. We've been spot on. I've called Bitcoin since April 1st. I've been nailing it. I have the proof of the pudding and constant gains to show you guys. I even have altcoins that I'm going over, So this should come back down to the 21. This should reset hard. The 1 hour should be coming back down to the 21 moving average. This is unsustainable price action at this point. 4 hours of beautiful pumping. I liked it, but it's unsustainable. This has to either go sideways now or come back down to hit the 21-day moving average. When the 21 comes into play, about 6 hours from now, somewhere between 5 and 8 hours, it looks like we'll have ourselves another trade, unless those smaller time frames just break out of nowhere. If that happens, it'll be one more big pump, and it will just be back to the same scenario. You cannot pump away from the 21 forever. Back to the 21. Back to the 21. Every big pump in the history of the 1 hour comes back to the 21 viciously after a major pump. So trust me, that's what's going to happen 100%. And I will find it, and we will find it. But damn, it looks like they're just, every time I look like they're going to pause it, it looks crazy. So thank you so much for kicking it with the Crypto Lifer. We love you. We appreciate you. We care about each and every one of you. And we thank you guys so much for being here and being absolutely amazing. All right. And we love you guys. One actually thing I want to look at, a couple things here real fast. I want to look at ETH BTC and see how Ethereum's holding up. It's funny, man. Bitcoin is the king, man. Ethereum has been losing against Bitcoin since April 13th. We had this little gainer. It looked like alt season, and then no. And now maybe a possible double bottom, a low, but to me, it looks like you're going to get more institutional buying for Bitcoin. And ETH takes second fiddle. So I'll be honest, ETH doesn't look good against Bitcoin right now. It looks like it could go lower, right? That's important. So it's something you definitely want to pay attention to. All right. Yeah, and honestly, I saw no reason to take a short. Last night when I was about to go to bed, I mean, like, why? Look it. Let's take a look. You're looking at the 1 hour time frame, and you basically Thursday, let's see, Wednesday at about, there's 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, right? You can see we made this like right shoulder. There's a double bottom there. And I talked about that. So you're basically shorting a double bottom. And then you got above the moving averages on the 1 minute time frame here, like right there at about 8:40 in the morning today. And then right there at about when we turned into 12 o'clock. I mean, you don't want to be shorting when you're gaining the 200 on the 1 minute time frame. When you short that, you're likely to get, so like, why would you short yesterday? I clearly put you guys into a long, told you I was in a long. I said it doesn't look amazing, but I'm going to stay long. And then the bounce off the 200, we saw that on the live. This is how we started, and we've been pumping the entire stream. And honestly, there's nothing to tell us that this is going to stop on the smaller time frames. Like, the smaller time frames, for whatever reason, look like they're going to continue to the upside. So I have no choice but to kind of keep watching these smaller time frames. We're in a very interesting spot right now, where things could go way higher. Things could go way higher. So this is crazy, but you have to respect this if this is going to continue to go sideways. And the 21 is going to come into play. I mean, this is, you can already see your next move. It's the measured move here of the line. And this is what I see so much in my life. And that tells me that we're headed up to about $83,000 BTC. It's only a matter of time. So no guarantees, but that's what I'm starting to see. Shout out to the lifers. We still live, baby. Let's send that. We still live. So okay. Yeah. It's okay if you missed it. I see some people in the group saying they missed the trade today. That's okay. You're not going to hit every single trade. The fact that you even knew you missed it is key because that's important, right? So, remember that. That's the bigger deal. All right. So, I would keep watching the 1 minute. There's a chance that this continues to go up to the upside. And then the small, a lot of altcoins want to pump now with Bitcoin. You got to start paying attention. Let's take a look at Doge for a second. Because if Doge starts to move, it's kind of a key player in the bigger market. So it's still, it's funny, man. None of this stuff is actually dead. As much as people think it's over. I don't know. I mean, Doge looks like it's going to pump. I'd put Doge on your radar and watch it right now. Because when Bitcoin pumps, Doge is one of the first coins to really get that liquidity back in. And then, boom, I could see Doge doing numbers right now further to the upside. It actually says that this is a good place to get in with a stop below the 200 moving average. Possibly 20% gains for Doge up to 13. And people could exploit that, make 200% gains. You know what I mean? So that's also a big deal. And, again, if you're in the trading group, you're going to see a lot more altcoins getting posted by me. I don't post altcoins until the high probability is there, that the swing trades are open and there's a high probability that we can take advantage of those swing trades. So I don't bombard you guys with stuff until it's time. You know what I mean? No reason to, as far as I'm concerned, right? Doge looks good to me. I like what I'm seeing there for Doge. All right. A good place to pop, man. There we go. There we go. Let's get the dumpage, man. Please. That was crazy. It hit 82,000 on that massive move up. So sick. I'm still sticking to the fact that I want to see this 15-minute reset. They shorted there. They got the shorts. That might be the better short now. Oversold on the stochastics back to the 21. I don't generally take those shorts. I trade trend. If the trend's up, I take the highest probability is the trend. Why go against the trend? Doesn't make any sense. Once you establish the trend on the daily on April 3rd and 4th, when the fact that we were going to go higher, there's really no reason to short the market at that point. Unless you can see the trend break. Right now, the monthly's in an uptrend. The weekly's in an uptrend. The 3-day, the 5-day. So the higher probability is to short, it's to long the market. So why would you short the market right now if the trend is telling you not to? So that, to me, that makes no sense. So you want to take the highest probability plays, not, you know what I mean? Why go against the grain? So, and remember, when you're this far away from the 21, you're going to come back to it. So I expect this to settle down now. It's got to start to settle down. Cool if it holds 81.5, whatever, but both these looks like, I just watch this every hour. I set, and when it comes into the right motion, we get it in, all right? And we definitely can do that too as well. So everyone, please share the stream. We are still live. Let the world know that we are still live. We have not given up on this stream yet, folks. We are still plowing ahead here every single day. Where are my lifers? Come back to the stream. We still live. Yeah, we're not done yet. We still have stuff to go over. You may miss out on some things. You may miss out. I'm going to actually, right now, I'm going to do something for you. And I'm going to show you kind of what you would get in the trading group. All right. I'll start running I scan the market more than anybody in the game, man. And I have ways to look at the market in so amazing ways. Right now, I'm going to throw you a bone here. Something that I'm looking at that looks highly likely. There's a lot of price. There's a lot of action right here. A lot of action. I already see like 4 coins that look interesting to me right off the bat. That look high probability. I'll give you one right now that looks really nice. This also has a use case. And when the market starts to rip, people use it. They assert it, right? Last time I gave you Certic, I gave it to you right here, looking for it to break out. It did that from 19 all the way back up to 20. And it looks like it wants to go even higher. When I look at the 15-minute for Certic, just in the smaller time frame, look at this. If you zoom in, I mean, I see a bit of an ascending triangle here that could do damage. I see it in this bigger flag, but this flag, I wouldn't be surprised. Look, you're on the 21 above the 200. Look for Certic. If Bitcoin goes sideways now and that liquidity starts to flow, look for Certic to get a bit of a move further to the upside. And that's use case and real world use case. Real coin actually goes up. When the market goes up, people use Certic. All right. So that's something you can put on the radar. And look how tight it looks. It looks interesting to me. You might want to write that puppy down. All right. And I'll give you another one here. Nice enough to scan. I'm looking at every single coin in minutes. Thousands of coins at the drop of a hat. You know, funny, Tron is hot. Justin and Sun, his Justin Sun coin, they've been interesting. All right. Here's a coin called PARTI. I haven't seen much of it. PARTI on Binance, CoinEx, Gate, MEXC, Particle Network. PARTI, right? If you look at it, I mean, it's got a cup and handle. It's got a higher low. It's hitting a trend line, and it's getting tight. This tells me that it's, you know, when I backtest every pump in the world, this is how it usually starts. So I wouldn't be surprised if PARTI gets a bit of a move. Particle Network. And again, I don't know much about the actual asset. I just look at the TA, and I don't own this. It doesn't matter to me. I don't know the company, none of that stuff. No one paid for play on this. I'm looking for TA. But look at that. I mean, previous resistance becomes support. You get the bounce, 200. I'd like to see it a little more tightness, but I definitely put this on the radar. PARTI. All right, and I put a vertical line. I right-click the vertical line. We put an alert on that, and we pay attention to PARTI. Particle Network. I like how they did that, right? PARTI. And there's all sorts of coins out there that you could pay attention to. All right. Oh, that was Whisper Flow that got on the way there for a second. So those coins are looking somewhat interesting. I like what I'm seeing there too as well, right? So anyway, I gave a master call too. I want to look at master before we leave. I liked it on the NASDAQ on strategy. We talked about it at about $100, right? And I said, you know, that 618 looks beautiful. The low right there, 106, 115. It has bounced back to 190 since the call, right? And so I looked at it here on the bigger time frame too, like the 5-day looked like it was going to bounce, the 3-day. Now it's back above the 200 and looking bullish. I see a slow road, but I mean, over time, I do see it headed back to $580. And I think people are going to be extremely surprised when they see what happens to Master. Okay. Strategy is harder to look at. I mean, the price action looks strange, but it's inside of this flag, and I see it pumping up to 105 from $100. So, right. Yes, Bitcoin finally starting to kind of slow down here as it, you know, that was unsustainable. What a beautiful rally, though, on that 15-minute time frame. You gear up, you buy near the 200, near the 21, you sell away from the 21. Then you wait for consolidation. It's a simple thing over and over and over again. All right. And remember, I'm still in that monthly trade for BTC. And I've been calling the bottom with conviction for basically almost 40, 50 days now. And we've been holding those levels so hard. Okay, moving forward, I want to take a look at the nasty NASDAQ now, which honestly, I find trading the 1 hour has been the best time frame. The smaller time frames have been choppier, right? Let's take a look at the bigger picture here for the NASDAQ, and we'll be going over this tomorrow too as well, but I just want to show you something on the nasty NASDAQ. So you go straight up on the weekly, that's insane. That's insane, right? When has the NASDAQ ever done this without a serious repercussion, even a small pump like that? But a straight up, like just straight up, I don't know, man. That's unsustainable for any asset in the world. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. The only thing I can do is look at the 1 hour and see if the 1 hour will continue. If the one, it's just like how we're on the 1 minute. You're on the mercy of the smaller time frames, right? And you got to suggest that this could pump, and then you put a stop below the previous low. If that starts to break down, then you look at the smaller time frames for a bear flag, and you look to take the short down the other way. So I appreciate all you do, Aries brothers. Shout out to Michael Reinhardt. Thank you so much for being here. And I think we're going to go 24 hours, man. We're going to just run the stream for 24 hours until the end of time, right? We're just going to wear it away, you know? Wear them away, baby, right? We got JD Vance up in Bangor, Maine, doing his thing. Previous support is resistance. So you would think that on the 4 hour time frame, look, I mean, you're pretty close to the 21 though. It tells you that there's still legs here. I mean, but look, the strong bear div, the swing down on the RSI. I just feel like this has to pull back at one point. Blow off top up to 31.3, and then there has to be some pullback. Yeah. Definitely looks... We're starting to get into what's I call the extended regions, where things look overbought more than they should. Dang, man, they're bouncing this thing back to 81,369. Interesting. I believe today's alt day now. Bitcoin goes sideways for the rest of the day, and altcoins start their bigger moves. And you can see there's been a bigger movement in altcoins in general, right? Which is propelling more price action to the upside. Like, it just... and I'm seeing more and more opportunity in altcoins that I haven't seen this much opportunity in altcoins in a long time. Normally, I'm just looking at them. I'm like, right? I think we looked at CFX, which was centrifuge, right? Ascending triangle bounce back to the upside. Conflux. Oh, no, Conflux, yeah. Sorry, that CFG is centrifuge, right? Well, look, I just want you to understand how things play out so you can follow along with the next one. But, like, you'll see it consolidate. You'll see it break above the 200 on the 4 hour, right? And then you'll start to kind of generally say, well, wait, and then it will consolidate. The 21 will get, and then you'll get a pump. And then it's rinse and repeat really over and over again until the bigger trend on the daily is over. And then when the daily gets too far from the 21, you'll get one more pop, but then eventually you'll get bear div on like the 1 hour, the 4, and that will be the end of the run. And you'll start to go further to the downside. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's kind of what you're looking for. Okay. Trust, man. Trust in the realness every single day. CFX on the 4 hour time frame looks interesting to me. They still got us up there at 82.5 too. I mean, saying, hey, we're gonna crush further to the upside. It's only a matter of time. So we will see. We shall see. Right? Want to see if there's anything else pressing right now that you got to look at. You know, I got a couple other coins, man, that are on my radar right now. One has a use case, tends to go with DeFi. NEXO, right? I've been talking about NEXO. Look at the shoulder, head, shoulder, inverted, complex inverted. Tightness on that 4 hour time frame. Tightness on the daily. It breaks that 200 moving average. This thing's gone. To me, NEXO looks like it's about to make a move. At least up to about 102. You know, and it could be wrong, but that's just what I see happening. I remember Constellation DAG. Remember this thing back in the day? I mean, this broke above the 200 on the daily, and now it's consolidating really nicely. This looks like it could make a move. Again, you never know. I might stop hunt and come back up again, but man, when I backtest rallies, this is what they look like. This is what you start to see. So I'd keep an alert on DAG as well. And look, I'm giving you guys so much free information right now that, like, it'll blow your mind. Everyone else is going to make you pay for all this stuff. They're going to dangle it. But I love y'all, so I'm just going to keep feeding you. What you do is you backtest every pump that ever happened in the history of the world on every asset. You spend like days doing that. And then once you have the backtest, you continue to add that backtest idea. All right? And you go from there. And once you have that, then you only find things that look like the backtest. And then bang, you have a trading style. Like, it makes perfect sense to me. I think other people don't get it, but it makes perfect sense to me. So and there you have it, baby. And there you have it. Right? Shout out to all the lifers here on the stream. Thank you for jumping on in. Lifers, we are still live. Let's go. We're going to go 24 hours, babe. 24 hours straight. All the way to the moon. Yeah. Non-stop. Non-stop, baby. Non-stop. Nice. Now this is what I want to see. So technically, could you short this? You know, my system says yes. I mean, you put a stop loss there. But what I want to see is consolidation. So if I get what I'm looking for, then you really shouldn't, the short shouldn't be that substantial. And it'd be actually more annoying because it'll get in the way of you entering a perfect long. So I'd rather plan for a perfect entry than be distracted by having two things going on at once, right? So for me, the next big entry is going to be here in about, I don't know, somewhere between 2 and 4 hours, depending on how this market plays out. So no, I believe we're going to pull back or go sideways, but I wouldn't do the short, right? I think there's better options gearing up for a big long. And I think focusing on the entry is going to be how I get the best entry. If I have two things going on, I'm going to miss. Yeah. So that's kind of what I see happening here. All right. And I've been telling you, another thing that I want to talk to you guys about is how the whales have been accumulating more Bitcoin while retail has been selling off. And so that's a perfect equation for a bigger move in Bitcoin. Like, it just, you know, we're setting up for a macro pump. And I don't think people realize it. An 80K floor is very strong. Can you do that with your foot?
Your potato's turning blue.
My potato? Is it really? No, it's not, is it? So chubby, huh? And everyone, some people are asking about my foot. I did kind of slightly re-injure it while I was in Vegas about 2 weeks to the day. Yesterday, it was 2 weeks ago, Wednesday. When I elevate it and ice it, it tends to get better. I definitely did something like I sprained it. On top of having an Achilles injury, I sprained it. And it's kind of sad, man. Right? Like, one emoji. Dang, man. Hardest working man in crypto. It doesn't matter how hard you work. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares, man.
Nobody cares.
They don't. Zoo Tampa, huh? I love you.
But you have to get off, otherwise I'm gonna
Physically remove me from the stream?
Yeah, you've got one leg, so I can probably outpound you.
Don't say anything. But see, I just like, it's a battle right now. See, it's like something funny's going on right now. So like, I refuse to.
You have to get off.
I refuse. Like, I will not. Like, it's like this. Like,
You will get off, Sammy.
never.
I want you to elevate your foot.
I gotta elevate my foot, says my wife. I'm sweating out my suit yet again.
Yep.
I sweat my suits out every single time.
Take them off.
Right?
Death Cab for Cutie, remember them? So it looks like the Clarity Act will pass, which is awesome, man. Look, day 4, posting people I respected crypto. My man live streams every single day, no matter what. Always the best dressed and not afraid to have fun in a suit. He's the Bitcoin bestie. Music video with me and Miss Teen.
Oh, I remember that.
Funny. Shout out to my man Cassius, bro. I was wondering, he was like, oh, I was like, I gotta be in those. Every day I saw another person. I was like, am I gonna be one? I liked how you did that, man. That was pretty cool. Dude, 81,005 now. We're bouncing back now, babe. Every time I think we're gonna pull back, it looks like Bitcoin's gonna pump again. And it keeps playing this game.
Give them updates in the group, honey.
But it's real-time data that's just like changing in the speed of light. It's really, tonight,
It's a real life.
today is really, really crazy.
It's getting colorful. It's getting real colorful.
What does that mean, colorful? Like,
It's like purple, it's swollen. I want you to get off.
oh, my leg is getting colorful.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like the Bitcoin trading and price action, which I feel like is also getting colorful.
I want you to get off.
It's full of color.
Get off.
I just want to win, man. Like, I want to win, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It's like nobody will win. You can't beat me. Never. Never. Come on, there we go. Come on down. Come on down the way you're supposed to. There we go. Come on down, nice and easy, like nice and easy over here. There we go. And we gave you so many altcoins that look hot today that could break to the upside.
Slow Sam. I'm serious. Gotta stop.
Dude, look at the lifers, man. That's so crazy. 1,000 people, you get 2 emojis? What's going on, man? Like, what happens? What happened? What happened, man? Where's the world today? You know? I give it 5 more minutes, man. 5 more minutes. Let me make sure I got to all the super chats. Can you look at Palantir? Someone asked about Palantir real quick. Crypto Plumber. I got to do what I got to do. Let's take a look at Palantir. Let's look at this on the nasty NASDAQ. Palantir, baby. So we looked like Palantir was going to pull back because what? The daily was too far for the 21. We pulled the fib. Got very high there at 202. But honestly, yeah, I mean, to me, that looks like a descending triangle, right? I see it headed back down to the 618 where it touches the 200. Yeah, that 3-day 200 moving average, something like that. You are at some type of support right now, but how sustainable is that at the 382? I see more downside and then a bounce off 80. I do see it continuing over time. Like, it just has to pull back, right? But I feel like it's going to end up somewhere at 295, right? But to me, I feel like you're going to be able to get a chance to get it somewhere between 80 and 100 on a DCA. But that's just me. Oh, wow, we have more super chats. How's Shiba Inu looking? When do you think it'll break out? Thank you so much. In with your knowledge. You know, I actually put out Shiba yesterday. I appreciate all that you do, Aries brother. God bless you. Can you please take a look at Shiba Inu? I sent you $5 super chat already. I don't know if the super chat is broken or not. I just wanted your feedback. Thank you, man, for your second and another $20 super chat. We're going to make sure we get this guy going. Thank you for the $20, man. God bless you. Let's take a look at his ask, which is Shiba Inu. Which is SHIB. If you're ever trying to find it, you write Shiba. It's SHIB, right? SHIB. So the last time I looked at it, I was looking for this smaller time frame to break out. And it actually did, and then it came back down, and it kind of hustled, you know, basically went up and down on the 200 moving average on the 4-hour. So it faked out, made a beautiful, you know, and then it stop hunted anyone that felt like they could hide right there, but it used that's why I used the 200, not trend lines. When you use the trend line, they get you. When you use the 200, you get to win. And it also took the dolphin dip with Bitcoin, kind of because it follows Bitcoin a lot. I see this continuing. I feel like that's your entry with a stop below, you know, 0.0000607 or 6077. And then bang, you know, your target takes it up to somewhere like, I don't know, 7154 for SHIB.
So I'm more bullish than bearish on SHIB. I also see this as kind of an Adam and Eve with a rounded bottom making higher lows. I see SHIB headed up. And then look, it's got a huge gap in the VRVP. You can see it will head back up to about that 7908 area. That's going to be where you're thinking, you know, if you're swing trading, this line right here and this line, those would be two profit-taking areas as far as I'm concerned, right, that are nicely placed. So, yeah, very, very nicely placed. Yeah, very cool. And remember, if you want to learn how to trade, go to cryptolifer.com to find out more. I can't wait to see you there at cryptolifer.com every single day. We're also pushing the limits here. We also go over more altcoins than anyone else. What do you get when you join the trading group, right? Let's kind of talk about that. I don't sell the group as much. I don't try to brag about it, but, you know, I think it's an amazing Discord. We're also moving into something else, too, that no one else will have in the next 6 months. One of the only people in the entire industry that will have what we have. So just, you know, to kind of keep you going there. But so we have lifer charts and videos where I do a video update every morning and every night, right? At night before I go to bed, I do an update. This morning, I did a video update explaining what I see in the market. Today, the market started kind of interesting and slow, but it ended up paying off pretty big. Then we have lifer altcoins. All the altcoins that I'm pushing out, look, these are constant. This is just the last few days. These are all the setups that I see happening. Leverage scalps. If I see a leverage scalp that looks likely, I'm going to put it out, right? We'll show you what happened and we'll get it in there. Then the elite lifers. Who are those? Those are, you know, right now we have two traders that I'm really, really amazed by that really learned my system, stuck to it. Look, he made 180% on H, man, right? Fifth target hit, bro. Like, he stuck to it, right? And then I might put it out. He put it out too. Cartesia, I put out. He put it out as well, right? EtherFi in this cup and handle. Finding these absolute bottom calls where you're kind of, you know, that's going to be your bottom. You get in and you wait a long time. Bigger time frames, bottom calls. This is how we do it in the lifer system, right? Anyway, and yeah, shout out to Sean, shout out to Stack, shout out to my whole team, even Baudry. So we have Baudry, we have Stack, and we have Sean, and really they're my most amazing, you know, loyal elite lifers that are really doing damage. So you get access to that. On top of that, I have a class inside of it. Then there's the 99 where you could just chat and talk to people, say what up, see what's going on. Like, where are my lifers right now? They watch the stream. Where are my lifers at, man, right now? Inside the 99. And then on top of that, we have a class. Right here, we have the content directory. This is all the stuff that I've learned throughout my trading career, put inside video format for you. We're talking alerts, how to add alerts, right? Basically, stochastics RSI, trading view shortcuts. You know, limit order versus market order, stuff like that. How to trade stochastics RSI, Fibonacci masterclass, support and resistance boot camps, support and resistance flips, time frames, measured moves, the death cross, understanding gap trading, Bitcoin dominant screen share. Then right even here, this is a class on how to trade leverage. I highly suggest everybody watches this. This is proper risk management on leverage trading, how the liquidation changes and why, how to set up the lifer vision moving averages that we use, when to trade and how based off of the time, like based off London, Asia, when those sessions begin, when they end, when they overlap. Just knowing when to trade is a big deal. That will give you an edge in the market. Super important that you know when to trade. That will give you an edge in the market. So, yeah, and so that's what you get if you go to cryptolifer.com and you sign up for $99. And it's actually even less than $3 a day if you jump into one of these, you know, quarterly, basic, or an annual subscription. So yeah, man, I see a bigger move in the altcoins. I see Bitcoin just kind of chumping around, you know, pulling back a little bit, but doing its thing. It looks like it, you know, I just want to see some sideways price action for a while at this $81,500 level. The daily spoke, it looks like we're in for a bigger consolidation. And yeah, I like what we're seeing here for BTC. So that's it. Last thing I want to see is Amazon. Let's just take a look at Amazon. Let's take a look at, wow. So last time I looked at it, they dipped it down. You can see how they go after stop hunt. They still stop hunt people like on every asset in the world. They see where most people would set up a long and they go after that key area, right? That's why it's good to watch it, get a bounce on the smaller time frame, use support of resistance, Fibonacci, and even trend lines. Like, because once that's the trend line, you'd be like, well, that was the trend, right? Let's take a look at the bigger picture for Amazon. Is Amazon going to continue to pump? The S&P says yes. I mean, what's going to stop this, right? So to me, it looks like they're just going to print so much money that anything with a real world use case and an asset is going to continue to pump. This tells me Amazon will head up somewhere to 469 by August of 2029. So I'm overall bullish on Amazon stock. That looks like it's going to continue to rip. Apple, same thing on the NASDAQ. Look, the last time we looked at Apple, looked like it was going to continue up. It did that. These are like the big boys in the S&P, and the S&P says it's going to continue. So that's kind of weird. That's crazy. That's a breakout on the weekly for Apple of a rising wedge. You got to say, well, there's a previous support as resistance, and then you see Apple headed up. Apple actually says it can get to 398 somewhere by January of 2027. Looks like it's going to continue to go further to the upside, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. All right. Wow, that's crazy. The stock market is just so over. People can't believe it. They think they should short it because it's never been this extended, and it keeps kind of creating this idea. It's just nuts. That is nuts. So crazy. Shout out to the beautiful people here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Join the 99. It's the real deal. Thank you so much for saying that. God bless you. And I'm just going to double check the super chats one last time. Thoughts on ICP? He ain't lying. Thank you. Maybe take the day off tomorrow. You must be really tired. Why must I be tired? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I be tired? I had a good night of sleep. Things are going my way. I have a beautiful wife that energizes me. My kids are awesome. They give me so much energy as well.
It's the coffee, Sam.
The coffee, man.
Oh.
He said cat went crazy. Caterpillar? Look at this thing dumping. I'd stay away from that stuff, man. People praying that my channel will save them. Not happening, man. Not happening. You know, it's like, oh, save our little coin. You know, maybe we'll pump to the upside. So. Dude, every time I want to leave Bitcoin alone, like, that's why the stream's going so long, because it just.
Sam, you're going to lose your pocket square. I'm going to take it right away from you.
You eating eggs?
Yeah, I had eggs and it was so good.
Smells good.
You want some?
So you're trying to get me in with the food now.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten a thing yet today, so I'm like, whatever. I don't want to miss this huge pump. And that's why I'm so drawn by the price action today. It's got me stuck. Great stream yet again, Sammy. Can you take a look at Zcash, please? Wow, they keep coming in with the super chats. Let's take a look at Zcash. You know, I'm bullish on Zcash. I called it at 409 off the bounce, and it did a really nice bounce. Look at 343 in the flag. I called it down there too, you know, on the Fibonacci retracement, but so it had a nice bounce. Came up on the weekly. It's been pumping for a while now.
Are you going to end it soon? No.
Yeah, pretty much, probably. See, I look at your daily and your support of resistance, which to me, you're coming right into that area. And to me, it looks a lot like Cardano, a lot like Solana. Like they're all kind of retracing with these bull flags. So this looks like it could do the same. Retrace on the bull flag, head to 881. I'd just be wary. I'd like to see them stop hunt or do something here. Maybe do a little bit of a dip. You know, or it bounces up here, gets tight. Or they might dip it and pull it back inside. That would be a really good place to kind of grab into. I see this as a bounce, though. And I wouldn't be surprised if you just ape in and hold. You'll get to 881, all right? And funny, remember when it was just $70 in September of 2025? It's just so crazy how Zcash went on that run, and it actually held pretty well after the bigger dump. Dear Sam, keep please streaming. It's awesome. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. The streamathon. This may be one of the longest streams ever. I think we did a 3-hour, but a 4-hour? A 4-hour live stream? We're just not going to stop, folks. Right? Never, ever, 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 ever. We refuse to be outstreamed. Okay? Dear Sam, please keep streaming. Thank you. You said weary again. It's wary. No. Weary. No. It's not wary. It's weary. Yeah. You have no idea what you're saying. Yeah. Just 5 more minutes. I'll be honest. I mean, this is telling me that it's doing something irregular now. I've studied price action. Like, it should have pulled back by now. The fact that it's not pulling back is now getting me like, dang, man, I kind of have to set this trade up and watch it closely. Everything happens for a reason. There's a reason why I'm live streaming so long today. I'm not tired. I'm not even going to address that comment. Sam Lee must be really tired. This is so stupid. I don't understand. Go straight through to the weekly screen share, all right? Just all the way till tonight. Yeah. There's no such thing as wary. I'm wary. Yeah, I'm wary of it. I'm wary of it. I'm wary of it. I'm weary of it. I'm weary. I like to say weary, man. I don't have to use your language. I can say whatever I want. Kodak Kodak flow on CoinGecko. Interesting. I like how people actually think I care about the word wary or weary. You know what I mean? Nobody cares. See, when you're wary of queers, you're wary. All right? That's what happens. All right? Merely quite contrary. All right? To be weary is exhausted in strength or vigor or freshness, right? To be weary. Yeah, I'm very tired or lacking energy, right? Yeah. It is a word, man. It's called weary. W-E-A-R-Y. We all win because of you. God bless you.
It would be smart to elevate your life. But I don't know if you care about that.
I want to win. I desire to win this trade, and they're attempting to kick me out of one of the biggest moves ever, and I don't know what's going on. Warren got long now. Yeah, exactly. Now, now Elizabeth Warren. Just joined the 99. Sammy Cabanandi. Looking forward to the knowledge that led me to the gainitis. Amen. Thank you. See, someone just joined the 99. The extra hard work's paying off, Phoebe. Right? No days off here on the show. You know, this might continue. I mean, this is in the model. We're just so extended on the 15 and the 1 hour. It's just unrealistic. This looks to be a right shoulder and dump. Still live streaming. I had to step away for a bit, and I thought this was the replay. Bro, you're hardcore dedicated. Amen, man. Just put the leg on the desk and keep going. That's what I'm saying. Hold that position, live a little, you'll be good. I love you, man. The wifer's not happy with the long stream. 82.5, 84 would be a good liquidity grab. I'd be wary of that. You never know. So, right? I want to see us get this move, man. I'm not ready to give up on this just yet. I'm really not. Something's telling me to kind of maybe even build a small long. I feel like I got to put in the long now. Like, they had so many times to dump it, and the odds of this pumping now are high. They're trying to suck in these late shorts. It's just, they got us stuck here, man. Exactly. Getting tight. I'm going to ask one more time, man. I'm going to ask one more time. All right? Can you explain using withdraw and saving from U.S. citizens? No. Figure it out on your own. All right? It's nothing I can explain. It's nothing in my business. You can figure it out just like I did. No one explained it to me. I figured it out on my own, man. All right? Yeah. I'm not there to be your financial advisor. I'm not telling you what to do. Okay? Amen. All right? And I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but it's just the facts, man. I never once super chatted someone and asked them to explain that to me. Like, I figured that out on my own completely. Like, you can too. I wasn't a genius when I figured this out. I took an IQ of an 8-year-old, man. You've got this. You can do this. I don't mean to be rude. It sounds rude. I'm just telling you how it is, and I'm just being honest, okay? There you go. All right? Figure it out, my friend. All right? Everyone's so worried. Everyone's full of fear, man. That's what I've learned. Everyone is full of fear. Why don't you put your faith in God? Why don't you believe in something and go all the way, man? All right? What's the best site to buy Bitcoin in the USA? I like Wakes. It's very low. It's very low, very low. It's lower fees than Coinbase, and you won't get a premium. I do like Coinbase too. You can buy it on Coinbase, but I think Weeks is better. You'll just get a better price. Weeks Spot. Go on Weeks Spot and you can purchase Bitcoin 7 days a week, baby. Right here. Just go to Spot. Look, I'll buy some Bitcoin. Go to Spot, hit Bitcoin. I think I might need to move a little bit into my funding. So I'll go to my transfer window. We'll go from Spot, from funding to Spot. All right. We'll send in like $2,000, $2,500. You don't want to be. So we're transferring from funding to Spot, $2,500. You see. I'm going to go to Spot. I'm going to hit Bitcoin USD. I should have 2,500 in there. I'm just going to market buy Bitcoin. I'm not really stressing the price. I'm going to drag this up until there's a little left because you need some for fees, right? Like 275. And I'm going to hit a buy price at 81.70. But it's going to market in anyway. And then we're going to buy BTC. And it should have filled right there, and it did. Just reset, and we should see that we have no more. Well, maybe you have like $25. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's $25 because we did, and we have more Bitcoin, 0.08. So I just bought $2,500 worth of Bitcoin. Showed you how we do it here on Weeks on the Spot area, right? That's gonna be very little fees compared to the other exchanges. So I want this to right shoulder into dumb. I want them to stop playing with the small time frames so I can just walk away and leave this to where it is. But they keep playing with price action. So they're going to keep playing with it. I'm going to keep playing with it too. So, you know what I mean? Like I can't take my eyes off it just yet until I know that they're going to bury that small time frame. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for your method, E. Walker. I just don't need anyone else's method. My method is spot on, and I'm into it so hard that it's like being in love with a woman. Like, you can only really be truly in love with one woman. I know, other guys say they can have more than one wife and all this, but I just find that not true. You know what I mean? The chart is repeating the March 2020 bear flag. It's rejecting its 200-day moving average. It's repeating this now. We'll reject down the rally. Pull the chart and compare March. I'm all set, man. Thank you. Yeah. You're disregarding everything that I went over this morning with the monthly, with the 5-day, with the 21 on the weekly, right? So you have one thing. I have like 7 things. I'm not saying I'm right. Yeah. And honestly, anything is possible. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Right. Yeah. But to me, just to grab onto one thing you're saying and forget all the other things that we went over, we talked about the 8-day Gaussian, which is looking pretty strong, right? Once we get sucked into that channel, every single time, that has been the end of the bull market. Now I hear you. Just wanted your opinion. I know you could picture what I'm saying in your mind. Yeah, a little bit. I can start to see it. Yeah. But I'd have to really play it out and look at it and give it its due diligence. Having a trading style is like being in love. Like, it's hard to, you can't fall in love with another person. If you're fully in love, it's hard to go back. So, right? Exactly. Yeah. And, there could have been some good poly market buys there during that move. Like, what will Elizabeth Warren say? What will Loomis say? Will someone tweet Pocahontas? You know what I mean? It's so funny. Will someone super chat Pocahontas during the live? Stuff like that. Right? Shout out to Wreck-It Ralph, man. You guys are funny, bro. So, and then we'll look at the 5-minute time frame. We're just watching this thing just slowly side. Look, price action is just tight. They're just not moving it, And I got to keep the long on there in case. It's unlikely, but even this is unlikely. We should have pulled back by now. The fact something is brewing here, they're doing, price action is. I think some major players buying Bitcoin at this point. Whales have really accumulated a lot more Bitcoin than people realize. If you can't afford more than one wife, why not have multiples? We do love ribs. You're funny, man. I have a punch of indicator I made. I could send if you really want to try it, but you're the only YouTuber that I feel has a similar style to me. Love your stuff, crypto and life related. Thank you, man, for saying that. Yeah, CK in the 3-minute looks like it's going to show up and to the right. CK? I don't know what CK is, but wow, they got price action so flat right now. It's like they got it right in between two order books. 81.7 tight action, just sitting there, tighter than tight. It's like the tightest stream in the game, right? Let's get the likes up to the watches, folks. I believe we can continue to grow and get this stream back to 1,000 people. Let's go. Where the lifers at? Let's go. Let's keep the energy going, baby. Let's go. Can't stop, won't stop, baby. Let's do this. Oh my gosh. It's the cutest little, sweetest little thing in the world. Hello. 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 What a sweetie pie, man. My kids are so cute. Cutest kids in the game. Guinness Book of Cute Records, man. My kids. Guinness Book of Cute Records. You look, there's my children. The most beautiful kids in the game, man. Toy like a toiga. Sammy, you still live. Let's go RC more. Let's see all my peoples, man. Yeah. Sammy, come to Australia. That's a long flight, man. It's got to make sense. It's got to make sense. Let's make some coffee. Oh my gosh. Hey, Lifer, can you look at SHIB for me? It's good for a long. We already did look at SHIB. I do like it for a long. Take this next Bitcoin pull. We should get a shoulder here, a head, and a right shoulder. This should be dumping back down to the 21, to the 200 on the 5-minute. We should be dumping back down here to the 200. We should be closing this gap. We should not be continuing to the upside. We're very extended on the bigger time frames. My kids are the main reason I try so hard to learn this game. I got to win 100%. The same with me. I looked at my children. I said, I got to be there for them. I got to make sure I hang out with them. I see them more than, other people. The guys are out. They never see their kids, man. You can't do that. I want to be a part of my kids' lives every single day. I was in the pool with my daughter in the afternoon yesterday. My 5-year-old. We had such a good time. I said to my wife, I said, who gets to be in the pool while they make money? My trade was up. I done everything I could for the group. I had to rest my eyes at least and get outside. A couple hours a day, at least 3 hours a day. You got to get your face off the computer, man. I got lights and stuff. So, Sammy got beer on the spit roaster. You're funny. You're still live. Let's go, man. Still live. Yeah. And we want to see this right shoulder. Come on now. Head and shoulder down, baby. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. You're too extended on the bigger time frames. You gotta get a sell-off now. Technically, that would be a good short with a stop loss above here. Get this back down to about 80,006. That would be a preferably good place to short the market. All right. Sammy, don't talk about your... Oh, my gosh. What's the occasion for the extra long super stream? Just for you, man. I was waiting for you to... I didn't see you chat yet. And now that I've seen you chat, now we could possibly end the stream. But we were waiting for you, man. We didn't see God is Love the whole stream. We were just waiting and waiting. I kept saying, where's God is Love? I said, we're going to live stream till we see you. Cassius is a good guy, man. Always fun to hang with. I love Cassius. Good dude. Super positive, always upbeat, always in a good mood. Shout out to all the super chats that came in today. Thank you so much. Very colorful. Feel like the super chat from CryptoFace was like 2 days ago. That's how long we've been live, right? There we go. Now we're starting to get this pullback. It makes sense. You know what I mean? Why you would long the top right there. You know, unless we consolidated and got tight, I want to see this thing pull back. Come on now. Do the right thing. And let's take a look at how many votes we had. We do have a poll going today. Let's take a look at the poll. Wow, we got 1,230 votes. Some of the most votes I think we've ever gotten a poll. 60% of the people say that we're going to go to 104,000. 40% say $54,000. So, you know what I mean? Oh my God, it's you again. Oh.
Who's that?
Nobody. Nobody. That's Jim Rohn. Remember Jim Rohn? Funny. Wow, what a day it is to be alive here. And if you want to get access to more money, you could trade with me here on Bitfunded, right? You got a $100,000 account. Okay, there was some draw, you can't get too much drawdown, but this, like, you know what I mean? Like a trade like today, where things are going our way and we're able to take advantage. So look, it started with this idea. They decided to rip it down, bring it back inside, and I'm the king of broken patterns. You know, my mentor was so good at teaching me. So you basically act like, they basically what they did is they trapped all the bears. They brought it down, made a bear flag, got all the bears to short the bear flag. And then bang, and I ended up catching that long back to the upside. I've been uncannily hitting when they trap everybody. I've been uncannily hitting recently. I mean, it's kind of my trading style to go against the herd. So now what you do is you act like this never happened. You act like this is done, and you act like it's not even there. And you act like the whole time you just went like this. And now you just trade the pattern as if you've never left the pattern. It's still an ascending triangle. It's, and this is what I've learned. This is something that they don't really teach you on a lot of other channels. But my mentor taught me. He taught me how to trade broken patterns. And he taught me, hey, now you can trade this pattern as if it, and then you can even put your stop where they hunted everybody because they already went and grabbed that liquidity. It's kind of like, it tells you can long here with a stop somewhere below 79.8. There's a good chance you could win this trade further to the upside. You see? So that's why and again, that's why I've been long on the monthly chart on the bigger time frames, because it just looks more likely, like it looks good. It's, so. And I see no reason to jump out of the monthly until something happens, till they show, till we get a change. So I just don't come on down now, baby. I like to come on. Shoulder, head, right shoulder, short that right shoulder, somewhere back to 80,330. Not amazing, but send it down. There we go. And again, I don't want anyone to think I'm longing. I was just looking to see if we could take a long. I'll get rid of this because I'm not, My system tells me that we should be pulling back. If we bounce here and start to consolidate, it's going to be like, come on. It's like, it doesn't make sense. If we continue to dump and we come down to the 200, that makes the most sense. So I'd like to see us dump now, take some profit. Now everyone's taking profits and they're shorting at the same time. And, just past phase 1 of all 4 challenges I got last night. I have one of them phase 2 and fully funded on one. Got 204 back they have. First time doing prop firm, bit funded. Thank you for saying that, man. Good for you. Yeah. May as well go for 5. That's what I'm saying. We might as well go for the 5-hour live. You know what I mean? Like, we might as well go for the 5-hour live. Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect the Clarity Act to go forward. I didn't even want to go over it. Then it was still running once our stream, so I figured I'd jump in. And then Bitcoin's just been really toying with my mind here, making me pay attention to it. And it's kind of nice to be here with everybody. You can kind of see what we go through as traders like throughout the day, like a whole 4-hour chunk of trading. Sometimes you don't make any money. Sometimes you hone in and nothing happens. Sometimes you hone in and make tons of money. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you got to cut off. Sometimes you're wrong and you got to walk away. Right? Shout out to all my lifers, man. Underground Cryptos, the Crypto Taco, RC Moore 7871, MLR 1337. I jumped in what's going on about the board of flight, but Sammy asked to join. I love it, man. I love it. And you know, you never know today. Today is something is going on today. Something going on today that's playing with us. Make this the wick down, maybe. If they consolidate this tight, then what I don't love is if they tighten this up, I'm going to have to trade it. And then they could easily stop hunting me. And I have no choice because I'm going to have to take it. I'd rather them pull back on the 15 and the 1 and let me get the real trade later on. But I don't know what's going to happen because I don't know, and I'm open-minded. Anything is possible. Because anything is possible, I got to sit there and just let it do its thing. All right? Wow. I love the channel. Thank you. Shout out to you, man. Thank you so much. Another $20 super chat. And, you know, every time I think that the channel keeps living, man, the channel stays alive, baby. The channel stays alive. Shorts are getting, round 1 of PGA Championship going on today. That's nice and calming to watch. Yeah. Might as well do it. I'll chill with the lifers all day. Yeah. I mean, we're getting inside this tight price action. We're getting inside tight price action right now. Now they're bouncing it again. I mean, they don't want to give up this price action. Like, this is nuts to me. Like, it should have pulled back by now. I wouldn't be able to leave the room anyway. If you asked me to do anything, I wouldn't leave the room. I'm watching this price action. I run the house. I'm king of the house. I'm king of the hill. I'm king of the internet.
You're king of this chair.
I'm king of nothing. Well, you're nothing, then you're the king of nothing. Remember that? You're nothing. Well, if you're nothing, then you're if I'm nothing, then you're the king of nothing. The honeymooners. Today is me and my wife's 21st anniversary. I met her in 2005.
And you want to sit in this chair.
I met her in 2005 on May 7th at a party. She then came to my house. We had our first date on May 14th. A week later, a Saturday. And there my life would never be the same. I would forever, ever be in love with this woman.
This is how you want to spend it. I think we can do better.
Made love to her thousands of times. It's still the best every time. Too much information. But my wife is just amazing. If you had a wife like mine, you'd either be as happy as me or you wouldn't. I mean, there's no in between. I have to be honest, man. It looks like they're going to pump Bitcoin no matter what. And I shouldn't trade this, but I have no choice. No, you have to trade what you see. And right now it's telling me that they're going to defy the odds and pump this puppy. Dang, but you can't go too hard here. That's the problem. But you want to make a good gain. This is a very tough place to trade. Looks like they're going to bring it up almost $3,000, which I would like to make $3,000. So to make $3,000 though, I have to go about 726 for 29.
Will you get off if I give you $3,000?
What?
If I give you $3,000, will you get off?
$3,000? No.
Transfer it.
Dang, man, I feel like I got to take it. But like, then I could lose. This is like, dang, this is tough trading, man. They're playing with me now. Like, They're making it very difficult to figure out. Even for me. And this is all I do. Like, I mean, that's like a breakout. Like, it already broke out. Like, technically, look, it's broken out. You're buying the breakout now. You're like, oh, man. I'm willing to, I gotta be willing to lose for this one. It's too much. I gotta go back. I can't believe I'm back in a trade right now. I'm really pissed because this is not what I wanted to see happen today. Like, I'm not pissed, but it's just like, now they're forcing him. Now it's going to double top again. And then, you know. $82,927. It is the strategy. It's the 21, but I mean, I'm very extended. Technically, this should turn into a symmetrical and dump. This should not pump. Like, I'm FOMOing in. I am following my strategy to a T, but even my strategy is making me buy an extended buy right now, which is like annoying. Remember, the key is not to lose money on these chases at the end. Like, they're making it very difficult today. I got the ultimate top at 109 from high time frames. Plenty of time to get an entry for that move, but I think it was playing out over the next few weeks. Retail return, we grind higher. Sounds like a time to touch grass break. Yeah, for sure. I know, though, like watch this thing moon up to 82.9. That'll be the high of the day, and we'll get another win out of this. 81,783. It did just break the trend line. I mean, clearly just broke a trend line. Clearly just broke out on the 1 minute. Touching the 21, low stochastics. This thing looks like it's gonna take a moon right now to the upside. So, Sammy special on the 15. Trust it. Not necessarily the special yet. We didn't touch the 21. I like to touch the 21, but yeah, it's consolidating. Looks like it goes sideways more and then break out. Chance, though, I do not get stopped out if I trust the bigger picture. That's one thing I can take from what you just said for sure, right? The 1 minute's in the flag above the 200. The 5 minute, they all say there's no reason not to trade this shit off. You just told us earlier this is the first pump. It won't be the last. I know. But when my system dangles an entry like that, I just have to take it. Also, price action moves a lot slower. It's not 2 o'clock. It's very rare that I trade on a Thursday. It's usually when the volume gets very light and it starts to get really slow at Tuesday right now, right? Shout out to the other 500 likes. It's unbelievable. That's very nice of you all. Thank you so much for the likes. I appreciate that. Let's get back into this poll that we took out. Look, 1,269 people, 59%, 104K before 54K. So we're seeing, will Bitcoin hit 54,000 or 104? And people are saying, I wish I could ride this with minimal risk. Like that beams up. I'm going to get my stop loss to break even as soon as I can, or just right below the 200 inside the pattern. I'm still inside this trade, which is crazy. Which is kind of insane, you know what I mean, if you think about it. Yeah. And we're just sitting here waiting on price action. crazy that I forgot that we hit a live trade on BTCC today. We got in there. It sold. It hit the target and everything. I set it up. Supporter was, it was a 3-to-6-1 risk-reward ratio, and it hit the target exactly. We took 270 on a $1,400 account, which is, you know, we can grow that thing up nicely. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Oh, look, I can only lose what, like $50? But see, you get chewed up doing this. And I talked about that before, you know. $94. That ain't bad. $16. It technically shouldn't pump. Like, it should dump on me. To me, I was looking for that to break out. You see? Samuel Cup and Handle to the upside. We call this Thursday Live 4-hour banger. Soon to be a 5-hour banger. Yeah. I'm seeing 700 likes. Thank you for saying that. Up to 700 likes. It's amazing. Appreciate that. May God bless you all for hitting that like button and confirming that we do it live every day, baby. I'm doing it and doing it and doing it live. Doing it and doing it and doing it live. We outstreamed the CoinDesk. No, I'm just mad. I mean, we had 13,000 people on that live. It was crazy, right? Wow, they got price just kind of sitting in limbo now. It is Thursday at 2 o'clock. It's when price action just gets so slow, it acts like it just doesn't move anymore. It's kind of like, eh. It's tough. It's like no movement. Look at this. Paint dry. Just like a couple little things here and there. I wouldn't be surprised if they spike it up one more time, 82.5, and then the dump. All right. About to say, I was in the position over here. What happened there? I could barely lose. It's so much. It's so crazy how much weight I put on, like how much, you know, just one trade to see if it can happen or not, right? So tight. Here we go with the green candle. Can we get this move now? I mean, no reason to get off the stream right now. This is looking pretty nice. I am getting sweaty in the pits, though. Dude, I think my entire suit jacket has been ruined. I ruined so many suit jackets. I sweat them out. Then the sweat keeps a stain. Then the stain leaves this residue. All right. All right. Yo, bro, I still have 145 stops left with 4 pickups. Dang, you grinding, man. We're going to 98.4. Then we dumped at 90K. Enjoy. Thank you. That'd be so cool if that's exactly what happens. Again, I see no reason to short the market unless you're scalping a quick short. We're in an uptrend. You don't want to be shorting an uptrend, right? If you don't know how to read trend, please take our class. We'll teach you so you don't have to waste your time shorting the market, okay? When you don't need to, when there's high risk against it. Like, you want to take the highest probability mathematically, and right now that's a long. Based off the trend. Like the trend, and again, it's not me talking. That's just me using the sauce that I've learned, the probabilities that make the most sense. The fact that we hung out here and for basically an hour, we hung out at 25-minute candles. I feel like that's a clean breakout. And my knees are starting to hurt. Dang, man. That's how you know. My knees are starting to hurt, right? Here we go. We're up a little bit in the move here. But, you know, now we got to break through this this high. All right. He says, I agree. We're going much higher than further than people think. Honestly, I've notoriously called the longs and I've notoriously called bottoms for Bitcoin. If this is the third time I do it since 1918 and here, it would make perfect sense, man. My channel has been very good at calling the bottom. Like if I was an observer of my own channel, every time I've called a macro bottom, it's been spot on. So it does sound like I do sound like I'm tooting my own horn. I get it. That's why it's hard for me to listen to other analysts that like come up with all this, and I'm just looking at them like, have you done any back testing? Do you have any sense like where do you get the information from? Like, it's like if you studied math your whole life and then someone studies math for a few years and then they start telling you how math works and you're just like, no. You know, and some of these people are known analysts, like they're known experts in the industry and they don't know simple stuff. Like they won't notice the 5-day 200 and they'll tell us we're bearish. I'm just like, but you know what I mean? Like go back test that on multiple assets around the world and then you'd find you were going against a high probability play. I almost took a beach route, by the way, but I live on my route, so I passed, but I was tempted. That's funny. I'm thrilled to know that you were thinking what I'm thinking when I turned on your show today. Says I'm on the right track with my studies. I hope so. I mean, I'm not 100%. You know. The secret to success, Sam says it every day. Just get started and start doing it. Don't let negative thoughts hold you back. Don't act like you can't make it. All right. The three things every success depends on. 3 rules of success you must know. All right. And again, we're one of the biggest channels in the game, man. I see channels with 250,000 subs. They got 500 people. Like, we do amazing, man. We do absolutely amazing. Please subscribe to the channel if you've never seen me. Jump on in. This time, people will wait for 50K like people waited for 10K last time, and it's not coming. Roaring Kitty did say, Sammy, we retail investors know just as much as institutional investors. Yeah. Sam, you've been spot on, my man. I'd take your calls blind at this point. Thank you. A lot of people say that. Yeah. Whenever Sam says long, I'm short or considering it. Shorts get closed. Yeah, or considering shorts there. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very flattering for people to say, hey, when this man talks, I'll listen. So, I mean, look, we got all this liquidity above us. It says we're going to 83,000. And now we're starting this breakout on the 1 minute, and it's looking like we're going to win this trade. So I'm staying in this long right now. The bigger trade to me is coming, but later on, like in 10 hours from now. And it looks like this weekend might be a big pump weekend. It definitely looks like it could be one of the big pump weekends coming our way. So. $81,888 on the move here to the upside for Bitcoin. I like what we're seeing. It's like, and stay focused, man. Focus, everybody. Give everyone everything you have. Don't be half doing it. Don't be doing 2 things at once. Well, give your audience everything, man. Give them everything. Don't half anything. Go all the way. That's what my dad always said. This is what my mom always said. I get it. I even get irritated when I see someone else doing it halfway. But again, it has nothing to do with me, right? It ain't me. It ain't my show. So, but man, like, pump to the 17th of the numerology. Chinese folks will take massive profits on Sunday. What you think at, shout out to Zab Life, man. Where you been, man? Never gave me my birthday present, bro. Been a month, bro. Crazy, bro. That's on you, man. That's sad, man. I'm sorry. I never want to make you feel bad, but you do want to be a man of your word, man. I'm just messing with you, man. But You're welcome. Look, USDT dominance in the 1 hour. Yep, get it. See you at the top, baby. I mean, now this could be a double top now. Not a fan. I mean, like, I want this to dump today and soon. Like, I moved my stop to break even. I don't even care. Watch it come down to the bottom of the channel. Then we'll have a chance to get in again. Like, it would come down here, go up and down. About to just pay for the fee right there. I don't know. Then it will pump, right? Out of control. And then I'll miss the pump. Who cares? I got to stop caring, man, about money and just be okay with whatever happens, and be okay that God's got me. And honestly, like, as corny as that sounds, in trading, it's like, you got to let go. You got to let go. Otherwise, you'll go after everything, but you got to let go. You got to let go. Right? Wow, this is so annoying. Sideways, Thursday price action. It just stops moving. Like, we get all this awesome action, and then Thursday after 12, 2 o'clock, it just... Passion Crew, I have stickers and t-shirts in my truck. If I ever meet you, Sam, I'll give you an extra one. Thanks, man. I like it. Passion Crew. I like it. It sounds cool. Yeah, you could do a clothing line. You could do anything you want there. You could make You could even make some type of some drink line. You could do so much with Passion Crew. It's a good name, dude. I think you got something there. Don't tell anyone unless you have a copyright, man. Don't let them snatch it. All right. That's a lot of people put things out when they don't have it legally taken care of, and then it just goes right out the wayside. I had one that I really liked recently, but there's a company that has a similar name, and it's like, no matter how much I ask Grok, it says you can't do it like that. You got to do it differently. And I'm like, but man, I've been honing in on this idea for so long, but now because one company kind of looks similar, I can't use the brand name. I think the brand name's so hot, like it would do so well. So I moved the stop loss to break even. I'm right near price action. It's so crazy. Like, I refuse to lose money, as you can clearly see. I'm very stingy. Looks like it's going to come down, come up, come down, at least consolidate for 4 hours now. You know what I mean? Just... yeah. Damn, we're going to go to 3 o'clock. We're going to do a 5-hour stream and go all the way to 3 o'clock. Make it happen. All right. I mean, we could do it. I know we can do it. For sure we can do it. One more time. Shout out to everyone here on the stream. Let's get up to 1,000 people on the stream, guys. Let's get the likes up to the watchers. I would greatly appreciate it. Well, we have 720 likes, 720 watchers, so we did that. $205 in chat revenue. People have been so nice to me. Let's take a look at the fan funding and make sure I didn't miss anything here. So we have Alistair says, can you look at OSMO? We did look at OSMO. Underground Crypto hooked it up. Thank you. He's a retired carpenter musician. It took him 2 years to understand my trading style. You can too. Can you please look at the chart for, and we looked at that. Hidden bear div on the 15. I didn't see it so much. What target is in Sol? We looked at Solana. I can't even trade. We asked you, we told you how to take care of that. We'll fix that. Can you take a look at HBAR? We did look at HBAR. Master Assassin said he used the money. He made money watching the channel for free that he then uses now to join the trading group. Thank you. He hasn't even been trading, but he still tunes in for the upbeat information. Thank you. Inflation is still high. You think it pumps? We don't look at stuff like that. Crypto Face sent 50. God bless your face. TRB came on in. ADA came on in. We hit both of those. Palantir came in from the plumber. We did go over that. Viewer 3000. We looked at SHIB. Appreciate you. Another person asked for SHIB, so we took care of both. It's the same guy. He asked twice. Join the 99. It's the real deal. Yeah. Great stream yet again. Can you take a look at Zcash? We did look at Zcash. We didn't look at Codec Flow. That's a new one. I'd have to do my research first before I put it out. And it looks like I finally might get stopped out here at a little bit of a break even. $16 in fees. Not a big deal. $30. So might get $10 off that. This is nuts. Just watching price action drain my brain for days on end. It's so crazy, right? I see a double top, slow meltdown. The big time frames are just too extended. You know, unless they go really sideways. And then even if I miss that initial scalp pump, who cares? There's going to be a bigger trade later on when the 1 minute, when the 1 hour comes back. Look for this. This is coming back down now with a lower high. I gave it its due diligence. We rolled that up a little bit, but it is what it is. All right. You honestly, I'm with you on that. Filecoin tends to be one of the bigger coins that pumps first, right? Honestly, I see a move on almost every coin here on this daily. Like you're going to, you know, that's a pump off the 21 moving average. Like, I know if I flip to the 4 hour, I bet we're above the 200. Yeah, I mean, that's stop loss on the other side of the 200 moving average, and you just let that go. Like, that's a very low risk trade. You know, you get in near the 200 and you're likely getting discount prices. It's also support of resistance right there. You got two resistances. And to me, that's one of the more simpler trades in the game that I've seen in a long time. Yeah, and look, I post that to the group in case you're not here to watch the stream, because the stream's long, right? What are the odds you're going to see every part of this stream? Funny, my daughter will come home from school. I'm still streaming. I'm like, you stream till what the? 81,750 for Bitcoin, right? Just kind of hanging. And I tell you what, as someone that doesn't know what's going to happen, because I know nothing but the fact of my own ignorance, like Bitcoin could go sideways, Bitcoin could dump. I want it to dump. Shoulder, kind of head, shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. Shoulder, shoulder, head, shoulder, shoulder. I want this to be a slanted, and I want it to come down to the 200 moving average on the 1 minute time frame. That's what I'm looking for. All right, if we can get that, let's go. All right. I love people who, someone just said they just passed the Clarity Act. Like, I'm going to give you all the information you can right now on when and how they will pass the Clarity Act. All right. So you know, and you're not just throwing things out there. Filecoin and Bitcoin is how I pass my challenges quickly. I like to see that. And finally, 81.5. So we're get ready. No, the Digital Clarity Act has not fully passed. However, yes, it advanced out of the Senate Banking Committee today, and it's a 15-9 vote. I thought it was a 16-9 during the markup session. 18-6, actually. I guess it changed. There's a major step forward after months of delays, with the bill clearing committee after defeating over 100 amendments, including dozens from Senator Elizabeth Warren. So it passed the House last year. It advanced the Senate Banking Committee. It still needs full Senate floor vote, requires 60 votes to overcome a filibuster. Republicans hold 53 seats, so several Democrats needed. Potential reconciliation with the House version and possibly the Senate AG Committee and the President's signature. It's now headed to the full Senate, where timing could slip into June or July, depending on the legislative calendar. Crypto markets are reacting positively to the committee win, but full enactment is still not guaranteed this year. This market victory is being called a big win for regulatory clarity, DeFi safe harbors, and stablecoin rules. All right, but I'll give you guys the updates as the information becomes more clear. All right, but I don't want people going to start saying we passed the act. We did not pass the Clarity Act yet, just because we got the vote in the Senate Housing Committee and in the Senate Banking Committee. Forgive me. It is likely going to pass. The odds are high now. Yeah, it seems like we have bipartisan support on both sides, but you never know. Till it happens, it's not. It hasn't happened just yet. I'll be honest, man. The way the market's feeling today, there, you know what it is. I don't like missing a pump, and there just could be a chance that I miss the pump. If I miss the pump, it'll be like, dang, man, how do you miss that pump, right? So if they get that pump and I miss it, I'm like, you know. Dump it down like it's supposed to. Let's get this puppy started. Lower high, lower low. Let's get the movement down. Someone said Bitcoin dump. You call that a dump? 81.8 to 81.5 is the dump? Ah, come on. That's a dump? You call that a dump? Who said this? Bitcoin dump. Who said it was a dump? Real data PhD. Thank you. It came to the 1 minute 200 moving average, he said. Yep, there it goes. It was supposed to. Should break that now and head down to the 5-day 200. We should come down to the 5-day 200, hang out somewhere at 80,100. Let's get let's make this sustainable. Like, you don't get that far away from the 21 on the 1 hour and continue to pump like that. Just unlikely. You know what I mean? It's just like, come on now. Like, how else could we not get that move further to the downside? That's headed down, man. That to me now is bear divergence. Definitely should short that with a stop on the other top, and you should be able to win that short. Am I going to take it? Like I told you, no, I don't tend to short the trend. And if you look at BOOKMAP, it's still got a bunch of liquidity above us than below us. It could go either way, but, all right. Thanks for showing up, Sam. You're a legend. God bless you. Shout out to Paul O'Boyle. God bless you, Paul. You're a legend, man. Thank you so much for jumping on in and being amazing with the lifers. We appreciate it. All right. Anything is possible here in the Lifer live stream, baby. Anything is possible. You know what I mean? We can, we will, we are the best. Keep pushing every single day. Don't stop. Stay focused. Stay on it. All right. I didn't know we were going to live stream this much. I didn't know that the Clarity Act was going to go as long as it did. Pushed the live stream, and then Bitcoin just went sideways this whole time, kind of keeping me in this limbo. And every time it does it, I take a long here and then wait. Take a long here and wait because I don't want to miss. All right. And shout out to the likes, man. The likes are skyrocketing. 741 likes. That's unbelievable. You people are amazing. Keep hitting the like button. We get to 1,000 likes on the stream. I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for the love and constantly being here. Can you tell me how to set up or get into a monthly long or short? It's got to be done right, man, over time. Yeah. 4 hour and 38 minute banger. Yeah, it's crazy, man. No, it's not a sell the news event because it didn't pass. Yeah. No, I disagree. No, definitely not. No, because that helps actual liquidity enter the market. So it wouldn't be a sell the news event because it actually opens the door for liquidity. It actually would be some people might actually front run it. So there could be a pullback as it happens from the initial buy-ins, but that's, you know what I mean? But to me, it's just going to be a little pullback, and then eventually you get the bigger pump to the upside, so. And follow me at CryptoLifer33 on X. I greatly appreciate that. Everyone that follows me, it means the world to me. We're also live on X every single day. This will be one of the longest live streams on X in a long time, right? So, bang, bang, bang to the upside, right? BT is surfing the 1 minute 200. It's crazy what it's doing right now. It's like hanging out. Hold up. It is hanging out, man. And shout out to anyone that trades with me live on Weeks, baby. Look, $4.33. I mean, that's going to dump. That's a double top dump peasy. On the way to the downside. I think that's about to take a bit of a dump easy to the downside, man. Send that thing down. 5 minute 200 moving average. I'll tell you, by golly gee, oh my. We just too overbought there on that 1 hour time frame. And we got to come on down. My golly gee, oh my. I just don't see it happening. No. Wow, I felt like it was never going to end, man. $81.5. Send it down, baby. Why don't you short this, Sam? Because you know where price is going. You know why? Because I'm going to take a break from the charts for a little while. Rest my eyes and not sit in front of the screen. And there's actually things I got to do. I got to send a wire right now. All right. So here we go, baby. And here we go. What in tarnation? What in tarnation going on over here? Send it down, baby. Finally, the double top. Thank you. The 1 hour away from the 200 move, the 21. Just too far. Too far. Look, I waited it out with you guys too, just so you didn't. I think I helped a lot of you not FOMO in. I think because I sat here, you didn't make the wrong decision. If I wasn't here, I think a lot of you might have FOMO'd into that candle, into that flag of the 1 minute, thinking, you know, and I talked you through it. You stayed calm with me, and I really think I helped a lot of people from doing something FOMO business. Sam, frozen or what? This is how we can relax. No, we not frozen, man. You know, part of me envies people that sit on their hands through the roller coasters. Yeah, you got to. I'm in it to win it, baby. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll finish at 3. Why not? We'll go 5. Like, you know, finish at 5 hours. Right? Why not finish it outright? Is Sam frozen? How long can I keep it going? Oh my gosh, I was seeing how long I could stay still for. That's not easy, man. I wasn't trying to move my Adam's apple at all. Just like, well, you guys could tell, like, the tickers, you know, some people I got them, but some people are like, wait, the ticker's moving. So, like, he's still, but the ticker's moving. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like... Siri, Google CryptoLifer.com. Hey, Google, search CryptoLifer.com. Alexa, Google CryptoLifer.com. My phone did it. Siri, Google CryptoLifer.com. Go to CryptoLifer.com. Putting the kids to bed. Oh, so you guys are late night. And this is nice. When you get a pump like this and then you slowly hold levels, you got to 82 and you're holding 81.5. I mean, that's bullish. Looks like tonight we're going to get a massive pump. Stop loss on the other side of the 200 and really get this win. So you got to beat 5 hours. I mean, we're about to hit. Yeah, so we might as well. Okay, let's do some teaching, because teaching will get us through this area. Okay, so why do I do what I do? Let's take a look at the Dow Jones Industrial. And this is just a moment in time. Now, look at the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones suggests it's going to pump. Why? It's inside of a flag. It's touching the 21 above the 200. It's inside a bigger flag, getting tight. Both of these suggest a move is coming. Moving averages are tight on the 4-hour time frame. Dow Jones suggests a bigger move is coming. Let's look at the last time the Dow did something just like this. It was very similar. It was tight. It then had the flag inside the flag. Just like we have this flag inside the flag. We were above the 21 tight. We got to move to the upside. Similar idea here, right? We got this flag. We got the move. But you can see the catalyst. So what I did is I looked at every big pump. Let's go back to like the daily or the 3-day. And I looked at every big pump that I've ever seen in my life. Like here I see the daily pump. And we can see that when the daily got above the 200 moving average, boom. I mean, that created such a catalyst right there for the move to the upside. And then on top of it, you go to the 3-day if you need bigger time frames. But so I looked at every pump that ever happened in the history of any asset. And it all started when the moving average got tight. And I saw when the bear market came for any asset, it's when the 21 and the 200 got far apart, you had bearish divergence. So I basically used this and I said, can I trade Bitcoin? So I back tested this. Look, tight moving averages, that's the pump. 21 above, away for the 200, that's the dump. Tight moving averages right there inside of the flag. So I said, yes, every time we pump, there's definitely tight price action. Price action gets tight inside of a wedge. Like 90% of every pump in the history, and this is the Dow Jones, but you either get a falling wedge or a tight flag. The moving averages are tight whenever you get the pump. So then I said, okay, Bitcoin all-time history index. And there's like 10 years ago, and I said, does the same thing happen on Bitcoin? Like, can I trade Bitcoin with the same knowledge I learned on the Dow Jones? And one would say no, but it actually, yes. So here you are again. I mean, the Dow would tell me that I could find tight price action when the 21's near the 200, and it would tell me I could buy right there, and there should be a big pump, because that's what the Dow does. That's exactly what Bitcoin does. And so I've learned, I'm like, oh, and then I said, can I trade Forex this way? Look, I mean, whenever you're tight, price action gets very tight with the 21 in there. So then I said, why don't I just backtest every asset that has tight price action on the 21, the 21 above the 200? Why not I just trade that and that only? And then you could use it. Look, small time frames, you could get in right there. 21 above, you got the pump. Right here, you're making tight. Remember, we got into that long. We took the pump. And now you can see this is why Sam does what he does. This is why Sam trade. Look, we took this long. If you remember, I called a beautiful long here. It was bull div. It was 15-minute flag, and then it pumped to the upside off that. So total market makers making alts look like they're pumping now, but total price stays the same. Interesting. Chat is ripping. Yeah, just remember today is someone's first day in crypto. This is their introduction to price action. 100%. Right? Sam almost made me smash my router. Why would you smash the router? Oh, yeah, when I was frozen. My Alexa said, nice try, Sam. Yeah, sure it did. Alexa, Google Sam Price, Crypto Lifer. Now. Alexa, do it now. Don't play games. I remember this. We had a cup and handle with the bounce off the 200. So many of the plays in which you can see kind of my trading style based off the moving averages, right? So it's the same thing with the altcoins. I backtest altcoins and I can find ones that make sense to me, ones that are likely going to pump. And then you can find out when the next entry is, because the next entry should be when the 21 gets tight and price gets, this is just how it happens. I'd love to bring you in. And look, they bear trapped us for sure, man. They made a bear flag. They got everyone to short this bear flag. They got everybody to short this. I somehow miraculously was long. Why? Because I took out the long. I took the long last night. I had the guts to take this long. And with the stop below there, they almost got me. I was very close to getting stopped out, but I stayed in the trade, man. And completely transparent, because I showed everyone what I did last night, and I woke up to exactly what was happening. Dang, man, they're not letting this thing die. This is getting really weird, folks. Every single time I think there's a pullback and we're doing what should happen, it seems like we're defying those odds. And they're dang, man, this is like Groundhog Day times 10. Something crazy is going on here. I know when there's we should have pulled back by now. Started a healthier pullback. The fact that we're not tells me I have to pay attention. I'd love a red candle, just dump it so we can get over this idea. They keep toying with it. Just dump it so I can learn, take out this low, and I can move on. Just remember, today is someone's first day. I love you saying that. Sam's trolling everyone every time he sets off Alexa and Siri. I love it, man. Is it worrisome? No, it just means that you're not getting the bigger pump just now. All right. Someone says XRP is flying. My wife's going to be like, hey, I said that was going to happen. Last week, she said I should buy XRP on the low. I said, do whatever you want. I mean, it pumped hard, 143 all the way up to 154. You have to remember, why is XRP pumping? Because XRP is connected to the Clarity Act. So people, that's the narrative. That's the narrative. The narrative that it's a Clarity Act coin. Yeah, you know, to me, I think it's not even close to the narrative. I think people are confused, but retail believes what they want, banking, you know, buy it, and you know, so be it. I still hold XRP. It's not like I don't hold it. I hold some, just in case. But wow, massive pump for XRP. I mean, that's a big pump. I'll give it to you. And it looks like it's just getting started. I mean, it may pump a little more. I'd look for a flag on the 15, possibly trade it into tomorrow. I feel like you could enter a trade like later on today and then possibly sell it Saturday night, and that could be a nice pump. You know? You said you're really informative. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. That means the world to me, because I do this just to help as many people as possible. When you say I'm informative, I'm living my dream. My dream is to be an informative guy that helps people understand the markets. So that's my dream, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate it more than you would ever know. And look, I used to beg to get 700 people on the live at our peak. And now I'm live for 5 hours and we're still got the same amount of people here. This is crazy, right? Respect the grind, man. XRP had depegged, people. Everyone says XLM is the play, not XRP. I mean, you might get a better return on XLM. I still hold some XLM. I remember I bought it with the $2,000 they gave us. Remember I got it with my check. I don't know why I can't remember what the heck they called it. What the heck did they call it? But you know what I mean? The pandemic check. Yeah. The scamdemic. Dude, it was clearly a scamdemic now. All this stuff is coming out that they didn't test the stuff right. There was a girl in the trial that got super hurt and they didn't listen to her. Her mother begged, like she couldn't breathe. It's like they damaged and hurt so many people, man. I feel so bad for people that took that. And right after they took it, they had hearing. A lot of people had hearing problems. They couldn't hear. Just a lot of issues, man, in general. I feel so horrible. Shout out to all my pure bloods that stayed pure. If you didn't, I know you got forced into it. A lot of people took it, never wished, never wanted to. Stimulus check, the stimulus. Yeah, the stimulus check. That's what it was. And we go live tonight for the weekly screen share, which will be epic. All right. Nope, and no thanks. Thank you. I bought Link with my stimmy at $4. Then it did a giant run. Do you still have it or did you sell it? It'd be cool if you took profits. I've got fact bags of XRP at 10 and 15. Jimmy with the $500 stimmy. I was about to say, someone sent in a $500 super chat. I didn't see it. We used to remember Michael Pa, man, with the $500 super chats. Michael Pa, where are you, man? Michael Pa, where are you, man? Whatever happened to Michael Pa, bro? XPR actually moves with XRP because I think people get confused or something. But dude, I see it in the flag about to break out. Look at in the 4 hour time frame. It looks good to me. Thing looks like it could do some damage for sure. XPR. It's getting tight. And I mean, I don't love the volume. It's like, but I had a sick, it was bearish experience. I'm sorry to hear that. A cystoscopy, yeah. Took profits, rotated to micro caps, then seemed legit. And at that time, you couldn't lose. That run was insane. Yeah, my mom still has 10 and 9. A lot of people do. Yeah, they have a ringing in their ears that they can't get rid of. Yep. I've seen countless videos, man. Like, I begged people. I did everything I could to save as many people as my own family didn't listen to me. They thought I was a crazy conspiracy theorist, Remember, when you use the word conspiracy theory, you're basically it's I have to be honest, it makes me think. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But when you use that word, it kind of shows, I mean, you're grabbing nomenclature, you're grabbing what other people are saying. But if you want to know the origin of that word, it comes from Roswell, New Mexico, when people clearly saw UFOs. And it came out in the paper that there was conspiracy theories. So whenever you find the truth, you know, a 3-letter agency calls it a conspiracy theory, right? So the first time anything true happened, they label it as a theory. And from there, it just continued, right? What's going on?
You still alive?
Yeah.
You never heard of the flat butt syndrome?
The what?
The flat butt syndrome.
Flat butt syndrome. When you sit for too long, you get a flat butt.
Yeah.
And I don't want a flat butt.
No, so you gotta get off.
Interesting.
Yeah, like you're hurting your physical.
When I say flat butt, who do you think of? Don't say it. Everyone thought of it. You didn't say it, right? You know what I'm saying, right? It's so crazy, right? Yeah, isn't that funny though? Like,
Let's go.
everyone knows a couple, right? I didn't say anything. Like, you're not allowed to think, Sammy. I know. She is persistent. I mean, she has to be with a guy like me. Fauci should definitely, be in the gardens. Yeah. I don't know though. They say there's a streak at 5 hours and 15 minutes, and I beat. You know, it's like
What?
I beat a streak. So it's like
What? Who has a streak?
I don't know. Someone told me. Coinbase just said the no vacation XRP being the top mover. More people are about to pile in blindly.
Sammy,
Yeah.
every day is passing.
Oh my God, they're pumping this thing again. Every time I think it's done.
Oh my God.
This is crazy to me. What are they doing to me? I feel like I have to ape. Did I ape? I thought I aped already. I got to see what's going on. Oh no, okay, so yeah, $4 was the last one. Honestly, I don't know what they're doing anymore. Like, I wish I had the exact answer, but this is getting weird. Should have done by now. Years of doing this is strange. Something is weird is going on. It's like too much. There's just too much bullishness. Like there could be supply shock. You get in Kevin Warsh coming in, risk on assets, and then you're getting this too as well, like which is the Clarity Act. So it's so much at once that so many people are like, you know what? And there's DCA action. Oh, I might as well buy some Bitcoin. The Fear and Greed Index actually slipped down today from 49 to 34, which is a buying opportunity, especially if you were at 5 before. It gives everyone a chance to jump on in. Dang, man. This is hard. This is hard. It's not easy at all. At all. At all. It makes you want to ape right now. Like, I want to ape right now. With a stop below this wicket. I mean, it technically should go sideways and palm. Wow. I'm going to leave it alone, give it some time and to relax, I guess, and then we go from there. I want to hit 3 o'clock so we can say the 5-hour live, man, and then we go from there, right? 5-hour live stream. You had my longs open, but I'm top long and HBAR and X so far. Good, right? Dang, Sammy, she sounds super hot. You're crazy staying on, brother. You're funny. Too many people aping into shorts. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're just like, oh, it has to be short. It has to be short. And it's like they're not letting price action do its thing. Yeah, it was coined during the JFK. Exactly. They coined it when they didn't want you knowing the truth. So every time you say it, remember, you're basically saying the people that called the truth seekers liars. You know what I mean? So you want to be wary when you say it because you're giving into you're giving into exactly what they want you to do. Like call everyone a conspiracy theorist, right? So I'm just going over the origins. Like, you know, I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. He says BookMap is showing upward price action. It is. It's saying that it's going to go higher. Look how red it is there. But just because that's red doesn't mean it's going higher. Remember that. It's not 100%. Or away from the 21. I would put that. That's the most, you know, you'd be away from the 21 is the biggest deal. Away from the 21 is a big deal, right? Anyway, I'm going to rest my eyes for a little bit. I love each and every one of you. Draw this, map it out, have me in your heart and in your mind. and I'll be with you. I'll be back in the group probably in about an hour, around 4 o'clock. I'm going to rest my knees. My knees hurt, man, dang. But everyone, I love you. Thank you so much for jumping on in. I had no idea I was going to do a live stream this long, but it is what it is. Things happen. Price action's got me mesmerized right now. Back at, look, 81,600 again. I tell you what, man, I wish I had all the answers. You know what it is? A lot of days I have the answers, and the days I don't, I get frustrated because, like, I want to know exactly what it's going to do. And I can't tell you. And I have to risk money just to find out. And there's no guarantees, so. Anyone, thank you so much for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here, making the stream absolutely amazing. Shout out to anyone that stuck with me this entire time. Shout out to people that jumped in and jumped out. We love you. We appreciate each and every one of you, and we care about you guys. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you tomorrow for an amazing live stream. 81,650, man. Bitcoin don't care. I love you all. The secret to success is getting started. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless. Thank you. Crypto is life.